Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We will start in a minute.
Dobré dopoledne.
Good
Vážený
morning,
pane prezidente, vaše
Mr.
excelence,
President, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, dear
vítejte
friends.
tady v Pražské křižovatce.
Welcome to the Prague Crossroads at the Aspen Annual Conference
Já
2023.
jsem velmi rád, že jste se tady, nebo že jsme
I'm
se
very
tady
happy
setkali v tak hojném
that
počtu.
we've all met here in such high numbers,
Že můžeme přivítat
and I am also very happy that we
ale
can
lidí,
welcome
kteří se zajímají
many of our friends here. But not just our friends, but people who are interested in the issues to be debated today.
spjatá s jménem, jako je
The Prague Crossroads is inextricably linked to the name of Václav Havel, and tomorrow we will be celebrating an important holiday reminding us of our fight for democracy. So it is fitting that today's issue are values. Values are very important in our modern digital
že
and
právě
polarized times.
19.
The 17th November of 1989
řekněme takovým milníkem,
was
kdy nové hodnoty
a
přišly.
milestone when new values entered our society and
Ale
our
byly to
lives.
také hodnoty, které spojovaly. A vlastně
They were values that connected us
hodnoty, které
between
byly
each other,
žity
that
i
connected the whole
demonstrovány
nation.
tehdejšími
And
představiteli
we lived those
naší
values
společnosti.
then, our representatives lived those values.
Po něco více než 30 letech znovu budeme diskutovat, co
And
jsou
I never would have thought that 30 years on we would again have to discuss what those values are, what is important for us, and what is important for life in our society or in different societies.
v střední Evropě, ale vlastně i po celém
I
světě.
never would have thought that the topic would be
Věříme
very important not just in
ve
Central
svobodu,
Europe, but also in the rest of the world.
otevřenou
At
společnost.
Aspen, we believe in freedom, democracy,
Na co se
and
soustředíme,
open
tak se
society.
soustředíme hlavně na takzvaný hodnotový leadership,
What we
protože
focus on
si myslíme,
is
že je to něco
values-based leadership.
kompasem při
We
chování
think that this should be our moral compass
vůči,
when
řekněme, osobností ve
making
společnosti
decisions
a různých částech
about the
společnosti.
direction of our society.
Ale nejsou to jen ty hodnoty, ale je to i důležité, jsou to i takové ty
But not only values are important,
zvedat těžká témata, být schopný
other things are important to raise difficult issues, to be able to listen to other people's
a o tom
opinion
je
and to
takzvaný hodnotový
discuss
leadership.
these things with respect for our opponent.
Já věřím,
This is what values-based leadership is about. I trust that today's discussion about values and about the importance of education, the green transformation and other things, digitalization should not be forgotten. So I trust that all these things will be a good inspiration for your good decisions in the future. They might be difficult decisions, but we need to take them, and it is the only way to be able to evolve as a society. So thank you for having come. And now I'd like to ask the founder of Aspen Central Europe, the founders, to join me on stage. Mrs. Hodač and Řehák.
Děkuji, Milane, děkuji za velice hezký prostor.
Thank you.
A chtěl bych vás taky jménem zakladatelů přivítat.
On behalf of the founders of Aspen, I'd like to welcome you here. Mr. President, we're very happy that you're here with us. Your Excellencies, dear guests. When I speak on behalf of the founders of Aspen, I cannot forget one very important person who helped us establish Aspen in 2012, Mr. Karel Schwarzenberg. He unfortunately is no longer with us, but without him, Aspen wouldn't be what it is. And together with Madeleine Albright. They really, really helped us establish this organization. We wouldn't be where we are today if it weren't for him. So, Mr. Schwarzenberg, thank you very much.
Ještě poděkovat všem sponsorům a partnerům.
Let me also thank all our partners and sponsors without whom this conference would not be possible. Without them, Aspen wouldn't exist as an organization. You will see their names behind me on the slides. Let me also thank the entire Aspen team.
A všichni víme, co se
They have again managed to do this incredible job. We all know what is behind the preparations of a conference like this. So thank you all for having come, and I wish you an interesting day.
Vážený pane prezidente,
Mr.
excelenci.
President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen,
Pozdravení od Ivana a od Milana.
let me also say hello to you on behalf of the founders. I would also like to mention an important group of people that we should thank. Aspen is about the future. Aspen is not about reminiscing about the past, about the good old days. We are here to work on making future better than the past. We are here because we want the Czech Republic and Central Europe as a whole to evolve. And when we speak about future, we speak about the young generation. So welcome to the representatives of our Aspen Young Leaders program. Thank you for shaping our future. Without you, Aspen would not be what it is. So let's all enjoy the conference together. And I trust that all the key issues that will be debated on stage will help us move ahead and make Czech Republic and the Central Europe a better and safer place in the coming decades. Thank you.
Děkuji vám, pánové.
Thank you,
Moc krát.
gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Začneme, tak
And
poslední
before we
poděkování je
actually
právě
start, my last thanks is to the authors of our studies, because we always have
všem
data-driven
expertům, který nám
studies ready for this conference. So I'd like to thank all experts who helped us
a i partnerům a
not just to
podporovatelům. No a
prepare this conference, but throughout the entire year. And now, it is a great honor for me to welcome a lady who's also been part of these Aspen conferences for a long time, and she always does a wonderful job. Please welcome our host, Michaela Hergetová. Thank you. That was Milan Vašina. Welcome to the Aspen Annual Conference 2023.
Tímž hlavním tématem je hodnoty jako nový.
The main topic of today's conference are values as a new trend of the digital era. Recent months and years show that the world is changing. Ukraine, the conflict in Gaza, heated elections in Poland and Slovakia, all of this bears crucial questions for the future for democracy of Central Europe. Where can we learn from the past, and how can we defend our values in these tensed times? This is what today's conference will be about. We will be speaking about values, digital economy, the green transformation. We will be speaking about education and the digitalization of SMEs.
Pohledem na hodnotový leadership.
And we will start by looking at values-based leadership. With respect to that, I'm very, very happy that the conference will be opened by President Pavel. Welcome.
Vážení hosté, dámy a pánové,
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation to the Aspen Annual Conference. It is a great honor for me, especially in this beautiful building. Before I start, let me do what Ivan Hodáč did. I would like to remind us of Karel Schwarzenberg, an exceptional personality who wrote an important chapter in Czech Republic's history. He was wise, he was noble, he always had a wider perspective, and he also had a very specific sense of humor. So we will miss him very much, not just in the Czech Republic.
Když chicagský průmyslník a filantrop
When Walter Pepke, a Chicago industrialist, established the Aspen Institute more than 70 years ago, he wanted it to become an important social and cultural center where the human spirit thrives. From Colorado in the US, the institute spread to almost all parts of the world. And I cherish the fact that the Prague Aspen Institute is one of the most active in the world. Its significant contribution lies in the fact that it is regional, not just local, and connects the 4 countries of Central Europe. I am especially happy that Aspen focuses on young leaders as part of its Young Leaders program. Aspen is not just about the future of Aspen, of course, but about the future of society as a whole. Our world is changing fast. For my generation, it is sometimes difficult to grasp these changes. But I am all the more happy when I meet many inspiring young people when traveling, not just in the Czech Republic, but abroad. I'm happy to see that they are driven and goal-oriented and that they care about the future of our society. Democracy, tolerance, dialogue, critical thinking, and the space for the free development of an individual, respecting other people, all those are the most important civilizational values. The roots of those values go back to the antique times. Today we live in a very fast world, digital world, but that doesn't make those values any less important. Without those values, human thinking couldn't progress. The arts, the technologies, the economy couldn't progress. But these values are also important for peace. Growing polarization in both the physical and digital worlds is one of the most dangerous trends of the recent era. It splits our society, it fragments it into groups, and it deprives us of the chance to have a fruitful dialogue together. The Aspen initiatives, based in the best of the European and US thought tradition, are fighting against that. Aspen conferences, the festival and seminars, all of those help us maintain social civilizational cohesion and bridge the gap between our differences. Our world is changing, and the threats in our world are also changing. And there are increasingly more of them. When we speak about threats, it's not just about an external aggression towards a state. It's not just about terrorism. Threats are present in areas that we thought trouble-free. As of late, food security, supply chains, pharmaceuticals, the supply of pharmaceuticals, or climate change. Those are the new challenges, the new threats that we're facing. But there are other threats that will have an impact on our future. I'm speaking about cyberspace, disinformation, and AI-related threats, such as deepfake videos. The common denominator of these threats is the rejection of the current international order based on rules and the universal values that our way of life is dependent on. With this, it is important to have personalities who are ready to defend those values. It is important for today's and future leaders to actively promote common civilizational values also inside democratic societies. We have to stand against populism, hate, and nationalistic chauvinism. And we have to nip these in the bud. Respect and tolerating others don't mean that we shouldn't fight for these values. A true leader leads, but is not above others. A true leader is not elitist. When you're elitist, you think that your position in society is to be taken for granted and that it will never change. But a true leader becomes a leader thanks to the way they think, thanks to their opinions, but most importantly, thanks to what they do. Being a true leader is about the quiet soul-searching of your inner voice. Being a true leader also means that you have to act. This is what Madeleine Albright once said. And as we know, Madeleine Albright was there at the beginning of the Prague Aspen Institute.
Madeleine Albrightová byla celoživotní demokratkou.
Madeleine Albright was a lifelong Democrat. She was a fan of dialogue, international understanding, and peaceful cooperation. Despite that, or maybe because of that, she was always quick to stand against all aggressors, dictators, and tyrants. Like her friend Václav Havel, she had the lifelong trauma of the Munich dictate. If we give way to aggressors and we sacrifice freedom in one country, it creates a threat for freedom in other countries too. Part of the Aspen annual conference is awarding a prize named after Madeleine Albright, and the prize is dedicated to today's young leaders. Her story is a good illustration of the fate of a woman who was always faithful to her childhood values, and thanks to that she was able to overcome barriers and become an important politician in a country where her family had to flee from the both dictatorships of the 20th century. We have the power to change things. Let's use it. Thank you.
Prezident Petr Pavel.
President Petr Pavel, thank you. Please be seated. We are talking here about the role of values, of leadership. We're talking about the importance of values. So I'm just wondering what values are the most important ones today when we have the context of Ukraine or the conflict in Israel and Palestine. So what values are most threatened today? Freedom, yes, but which other values? Well, there is the conflict in Ukraine. There are many other conflicts in the world that are a threat to the basic value which is to live in peace, to develop, to raise our children, to prepare the children for their future. So there is a threat to the values such as tolerance, law, or the right of the smaller countries to existence and to satisfy one's needs. So the whole international order is threatened, the order as it was built after the Second World War. Today we hear very often, it was repeated on many occasions by Vladimir Putin, for instance, that those who have the power do what they can, and the weak, they do what they have to do. And we hear it from the mouths of other representatives of autocratic countries. And this is what disturbs the order that was built after the war. The order was built to give the space, to give the chance also to the smaller countries. So when we talk today about Ukraine, we're not saying whether we like or dislike Ukraine and Ukrainians. We say that we want to preserve the system that we also have, the system that guarantees us our security, our development, and gives every country an equal chance to not only security, but also to their own future as they determine it. If they wish to become a member of a pact, of an organization, and if the organization is interested, then it will happen. And no power will have the right of veto over the future of the smaller countries. What does it mean in practice? What do we have to do to protect these values? What we can do, what we have to do. First, we should take these values as our common values, because the argument, any country first, may sound logical, but if we translate it into the specific concrete world, if we have a person who says me first and then the others just far behind, we wouldn't like such a person, would we? But if someone says something about a country, then we find it right and logical, and we understand that the interest of the others may be secondary. But we have to understand that in the environment where we live today, we may like or dislike the world. It is an environment that is extremely globalized in all the aspects. So anything that happens anywhere concerns us directly or indirectly. So it is our business too, what's happening elsewhere. And if we let the principles to be eroded, then we will have problems in the future for our own country. So to defend the right of the Ukrainians to sovereignty, to territorial integrity, to the determination of their own future, this means that we defend the principles on which our country is also built. So it is our direct interest to defend these principles too, using all the means that we may need without escalating the situation. But at the same time, we have to give the attacked countries all the tools available so that the country can defend itself. When we look at the relationship to Ukraine, well, the support for the attacked country is obvious across the Western world. But when we take politicians and when we take the Middle East and the support for Israel, but when we look at what happens in Europe and in European streets, there are many, many people who voice their support for Palestine. What should we do in such a situation? Does it mean that we did not explain to the people what is at stake in the Middle East? I think that this is due to the fact that today we live in the digital era. Everyone almost has the access to the internet. And more than facts and rationality, what is important are emotions. There are individuals, politicians, and countries that want to shape public opinion through emotions rather than facts. And in terms of the situation in the Middle East, there are information, psychological operations going on, and they play a key role. And since the beginning, it has been clear that Hamas has been using this strategy and was very well prepared for using it. Of course, we see images of children, of injured in the ruins of Gaza. You, of course, can get very emotional, especially if it is accompanied with the right captions. Even people who respect the right of Israel to sovereignty may come to the conclusion that this is simply too much. And I think that what we need to do in such a situation is to respect the facts, to go back to the to the birth of this problem and not to take the side of one or the other party, because the current Israeli government definitely made many mistakes, and even the Israelis are critical of their own government. But it doesn't mean that the situation should be solved in the way that Hamas decided to use on the 7th of October. We have to say clearly that the evil here is Hamas, that Hamas must be eliminated. And the way Israel uses can be subject to criticism, but we need to eliminate the evil, and unfortunately it may mean that there will be civilian victims. Let us look back at the past. We know when we fight it against Nazi Germany, there were many civilian victims. I'm not going to justify the fact that there are civilian victims. Definitely not. I just want to say that we have to let Israel to control its own territory. Israel cannot let Hamas work as it worked in the past, because it would mean that in the future we will have another 7th of October. Nobody wants this to happen. What should be the reaction of Western European leaders or global leaders? How should they set the visions? What should be the role of the West outside of Europe, and what homework we need to do in Europe? I would again refer to the values, because the West, the political West, is built on these values. We consider these values as the true fundamentals, and any policy has always been a mix of values and pragmatism. And here we should determine clearly what values are the fundamental values for us and how far we're ready to go in terms of pragmatism. And our opponents, our adversaries, usually do not ask this question. Our adversaries are very often simply pragmatic, and that is why it is difficult to have a dialogue with them. But if we go down to their level, then there would be no difference between us and them. Therefore, I believe that this is what democracy is about. We have to build partnerships in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, but these partnerships must be based on the respect for values, because finally all the countries in the world want to have an order in place, a system in place, some values to be respected. There are some countries that sympathize with Russia or with the Russian war in Ukraine, but at the same time, they say that we need to have some rules. So this is the basis on which we have to build. We have to find the common denominator here with the countries that are not purely autocratic, who are not our open enemies, but are not on our side completely either. So we have to be true to ourselves and try to attract them to the side of the functioning international order. If we behave as mentors towards them, or if we use double measure when interacting with them, then these countries may go to the side of countries such as China or Russia, and the global competition for the world will have a different form then. How do you see the current Central European region, or what do you think about the recent elections in Poland or in Slovakia? And what should the Czech Republic do in order to avoid similar extreme polarized situations? the elections in Slovakia or in Poland or in other countries, including democratic countries, show that election campaigns more and more become elections where we do not always respect the rules of political fights, of respect, but that these election campaigns very often are based on manipulation and lies, which is not good for the political culture in our countries, and it doesn't create a good image in front of the partners with whom we wish to communicate. And the argument that in a political campaign you can do anything because after the elections it will be completely different, it's a very hypocritical argument. On the one side, I'm happy with the results in Slovakia and in Poland. It was democratic elections, free elections, no incidents happened. But on the other side, the campaigns were very polarizing and very often triggered animosity in society and divided the societies rather than united them. If such an approach leads to a success, then unfortunately it can inspire others. A success of one such leader can inspire political leaders in other countries who may then become the representatives of the country. And of course, it reduces the value of our political culture. My hope is that the new leadership in Slovakia and also the new leadership that will be the result of the negotiations in Poland will not change the main orientation of the country, such as the membership in the EU, membership in NATO. And I also am confident that we will find a common language in terms of support for Ukraine, because we all understand that the failure of Ukraine would be the failure of us all, and we will definitely be concerned in our countries. So certain pragmatism of the new representative is something that I rely on, and I, on my level, will do everything possible to cooperate as much as possible. I would like to know what are the fundamental values for the Western world, and the other question is, are these values identical also here in the region of Central Europe? We have been talking about values very often, but do we act on them as well? When we look at the whole democratic world, there are some constant values that we took for granted, and these constant values have been undergoing some changes in the recent years. One of the changes was, for instance, Brexit. We all of a sudden understood how fragile a democracy can be, even in such a stable, well-established democracy such as the UK. And also the siege of the capital was also something that frightened us all, because it was the major anchor of democracy, the US, and all of a sudden we discovered that it is also vulnerable. For us all, it should mean that we need to continue cultivating the values. We have to preserve our values through education, through awareness raising, through working constantly on the value deficit. This is a never-ending process. And even if it's like a never-ending task, it must be done, because the alternative is a much worse option. So we have to keep working, keep fighting for our values. Thank you very much. That was President Petr Pavel. Thank you very much for opening this year's annual conference.
My v tématu hodnot budeme pokračovat.
And we will continue with the topic of values, and we will continue with people who observe it from the higher perspective, protože tady máme host.
Europe, but not only in Europe, affecting our values. We will probably hear about the illusion of eternal democracy and freedom for Europe, and about that for new problems we have to look for new solutions. Or at least that is what I want to ask our next speaker. But you may also ask your questions. Just use Slido that you find a hashtag in front of your seat at the chair in front of you. So you may get to Slido by hashtag Aspen Annual and ask a question. So now let's start with another topic. Values in digital era, a new trend, a topic for our next speakers. And I'm very pleased to welcome here our distinguished guest, Professor Timothy Carton-Ash, distinguished historian, author and commentator, and a leading voice of contemporary European history and politics, professor of European Studies at the University of Oxford, and I would like to ask him for his keynote speech. Welcome, Professor Ash.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to be back here in Prague in this wonderful building. And let me say, first of all, what a pleasure it is to follow President Pavel. As we approach the 17th of November, we of course think of Václav Havel, and people around the world associate Prague Castle with Václav Havel, and it's wonderful again to have a truly worthy incumbent of Prague Castle. I'd also like to say what a pleasure it is to be in conversation in a moment with Professor Tomáš Halík, whose work I hugely admire, and, like others, to spend a moment recalling Karel Schwarzenberg, who I first got to know in 1985, who I think I can say became a friend, and who was not just everything that has been said so far about him, but also, in a way, the personification of Central Europe. He was a one-man link between Central Europe's great past and its present and future. I want, in the few minutes available to me, to reflect on one aspect of the Velvet Revolution as it survives the digital revolution. And that aspect is truth. I think the Czech presidency, formerly Czechoslovak presidency, is unique in actually having the word truth on its banner. Pravda vítězí. Truth prevails, which is, of course, goes back to Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk, which in turn goes back to the Hussite tradition, which is a Czech version of the famous Magna est veritas et praeva lebit, or Fortis est veritas, which, by the way, is a motto of the city of Oxford. Now, in the work of Václav Havel, and in the Velvet Revolution, it was the cause of truth against a totalitarian power, against a state monopoly of information which propagated the big lie through all channels, a logocracy. And so there was a particular power to the spoken truth against a system which worked by the semantic occupation of the public sphere. It's what Alexander Solzhenitsyn said in his Nobel Prize lecture, One Word of Truth. And so in the Velvet Revolution, the moment when Czechoslovak TV actually started reporting what was actually happening on the streets was a crucial breakthrough moment. The moment when from the balcony of a paper called Svobodne Slovo, the free world, which had been anything but the free word for many, many years, actually the free word was spoken, was a crucial moment. What happened, of course, after 1989 was that truth came into a quite different context. It was the question of the relationship between truth and democracy. And this is a very ancient relationship. It goes all the way back to the origins of democracy, to 5th century Athens. There is an epistemology of democracy. Democracy depends on certain possibilities of truth-seeking and the use of free speech. Democracy, in its original essence, is the citizens of ancient Athens getting together on the Pnyx, the platform on the Acropolis, to debate how they are going to resist the Persian invasion. You gather all the facts, you have the contrasting views on what we should do, and then you come to a decision, and that is how the ancient Athenians decided to fight the invading Persians on sea and not on land, and therefore save the world's first democracy. In other words, free speech enables truth-seeking on the basis of established and shared facts. And that is quintessential to democracy. How does this then fare through the digital revolution, that value of the Velvet Revolution now in the digital revolution? Well, in many ways, it's a great advantage. Over breakfast today, I could read 6 or 7 newspapers on my iPad in 4 different languages. That's not something one could do 30 or 40 years ago. If we don't know something, we can Google it. Wikipedia is an extraordinary resource of useful knowledge, if not always totally reliable. And Twitter was actually a wonderful example of the public sphere until Elon Musk started destroying it. But there are also, as we all know, major problems that arise from the digital revolution. And let me just spend a moment, I mean, the President already touched on them, but let me spend a moment on those problems. First of all, unprecedented speed of the spread of information. There's an old English proverb which says, a lie has gone halfway around the world before truth has even got its shoes on. And that is so true in the age of the internet. Think about the account of Israel having directly bombed a hospital in Gaza, which sped around the world, generating enormous anger, causing Arab leaders to cry off their meeting with Joe Biden, and then it turned out not to be true. Russian disinformation exploits this brilliantly. Unlike the old totalitarian system of the Soviet Union or communist Czechoslovakia, Putin's Russia does not try to persuade you of its version of truth. Putin's Russia tries to persuade you there is no truth, that everybody is lying. Secondly, profusion. The problem of a totalitarian system where there are very few channels of information and they were all controlled by the state. Today we have the opposite problem. There's such a multitude of channels of information that people separate out into their own separate little public spheres. The US today is a classic example of that. Democrats and Republicans watch different television channels, listen to different radio, go to different websites, read different newspapers, and the result is they have not just different views, but different facts. You might think there are objective facts about an economy. You're right, but actually in the public perception, there's a Democrat economy and a Republican economy, and it depends who's in power. Thirdly, the lack of transparency. When you go to buy a sandwich at a shop, you have on it a very detailed label which tells you exactly what's in it, in minute detail. When you get a bit of information on social media, you often have absolutely no idea where it's coming from. We actually did a study at the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism at Oxford, which proved exactly this. And then there's the problem of what I call the private superpowers. So in the past, the problem was a public monopoly. Now the problem is that most of our information comes from a small handful of privately owned platforms, what I call the private superpowers, and they are near monopolies. And they choose what information you see through algorithms which are optimizing for attention and therefore profit, and not for accuracy, facticity, and therefore for the truth-seeking you need for democracy. Because if you're optimizing for attention, then you always go to the sensational, the extreme, the lurid, and very often the untrue. I'm here in Prague partly for the launch of a new book of mine, which in English is called Homelands, A Personal History of Europe. In Czech bears the lovely title, Evropa, Náš domov. And I've been traveling around the continent for various editions of this book, and in every single European country, there is some version of this problem, of the distortion of the truth-seeking part of democracy because of the digital revolution. I actually met someone in Albania who said, when I leave the country and something happens, if I go to the online media from Albania, I have no idea what's going on. I have absolutely no idea what are actually the facts. All I have are competing claims and views and wild opinions and conspiracy theories. He said, I actually have to ring someone up in Tirana to find what the facts actually are. And then now on top of all this, we have AI, which President Pavel referred to a moment ago, which has extraordinarily alarming capacities for deep fakes. 50 years ago, Trotsky was just airbrushed out of photographs, as we all know. Today, you would see a video of someone looking exactly like Trotsky, lifelike, saying things that he never said. So I think in the US election, we will see a real danger from deep fakes. What is to be done? And with this, I conclude and look forward to the conversation. Václav Havel famously said in a demonstration on the 10th of December, truth and love must prevail over lies and hatred. Note, he didn't say truth and love will prevail over lies and hatred. As he famously said somewhere else, hope is not prognostication. It's not a prediction. But he said they must prevail. It's up to us to see that they do persuade. How do we do that in the digital age? Avoid the fallacy of technological determinism, right? So 20 years ago, we were all cyber utopians. The internet was going to set us free. Now everybody is cyber fatalists. The internet is going to enslave us all. Neither of these things is true. Like all technologies, the internet and AI has affordances. It can be used for good purposes, or it can be used for bad. That's true of every technology. And the challenge for us, reflecting on the values of the Velvet Revolution, and particularly that of truth, is to maximize the positive potential of these technologies and minimize the negative potential, so that the values of the Velvet Revolution survive through the digital revolution, and we are able to do that essential truth-seeking on the basis of shared facts, which is vital to fight dictatorships and essential for the future of democracy. Thank you very much.
Professor Timothy Garton-Ash, thank you very much for now, but we'll meet later on at the stage again for the discussion. And now please join me in welcoming Professor Tomáš Halík, renowned philosopher, theologian, Catholic priest, sociologist, professor at the Charles University and the president of the Czech Christian Academy, and ask him for his view on values in digital era. Professor, the stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, not far from here, in the Jewish ghetto of Prague, lived in the 16th century the famous Talmudic scholar Rabbi Löwe, Löw ben Bezalel, who, according to legend, was the maker, the creator of Golem, the artificial man. One of these legends, much older than the Prague legends from the 13th century, says that the first golem was constructed by one of the biblical prophets who wanted to glorify the creative power of God. On its forehead, the golem had an inscription, Yahweh Elohim Emet, God is truth. However, according to legend, the golem scratched off the letter Aleph, and the inscription changed its meaning. Yahweh Elohim Med, God is dead. This is perhaps the first version of this famous phrase, long before Nietzsche. The golem became an uncontrollable destructive force. The golem then became a commentary on this legend, tells the story of the builder of Seville who taught his art to his two pupils. But when they mastered the art of building, they replaced their master, rendering him useless. The meaning of the story is this: the man who can construct life, who can construct an artificial man, an artificial intelligence, becomes a God creator himself. He makes God, his creator, useless, replaces him, takes him out of the game. God is dead. But progress continues. The animated machine, the artificial life, artificial intelligence, can replace man, his creator, make him useless, take him out of the game. Even Nietzsche knew this. After the death of God comes the end of man. The Superman is coming. Will digital technology play the role of Superman? Will it become a golem, emancipating from its creator, like man has done? Similar motifs appear in the play by Karel Čapek, the Czech writer, one of the fathers of the science fiction literature. In his play R-U-R, Rozum's Universal Robots, the Czech word robot became international thanks to this play. Robots, artificial people, rebel against people, against mankind. But the end of the play is optimistic. The robots show human feelings, empathy, love. The machine becomes human. Today, we often hear the phrase, machines are beginning to resemble humans, and humans are beginning to resemble machines. We are fascinated by the possibility that artificial intelligence offers humans, but at the same time, there is growing concern about the possibility of its misuse. Will digital technology, this postmodern golem, this superhuman, escape human control? Artificial intelligence is currently the ultimate product of technology, human intelligence, and creativity. It gives us quick and easy access to many of the values that are high on the value ladder of our Western civilization. This brings us to the question of values. In our time, the understanding of reality has undergone a profound change, a paradigmatic shift from a materialistic perspective, where reality is reduced to its physical components, to an information-centered perspective. The convergence of sciences such as quantum physics and neuroscience is leading to a holistic approach that transcends the limitations of materialism. Quantum mechanics introduced the idea that information is the essential component of reality. Information is not just a byproduct of matter, but an intrinsic aspect of fabric of the universe. Information is the most precious article on the global market. Artificial intelligence has the ability to collect and sort information in a way that far exceeds the capacity of human brain. It stands to reason that we will be happy to leave more and more of our activities to the competence of increasingly powerful assistant. Will the master-slave dialectic described by Hegel and Marx emerge in the relationship between humans and digital technology? If we consider performance and efficiency as the driving force of the movement of history, we are already preparing for the domination of technology over humans and acknowledging its legitimacy. The development of digital technology is not only a challenge to consider the future benefits and dangers of its development, but also a challenge to rethink the philosophical question of who is man and what is the proprium humanum, the fundamental pillar of humanity, of human identity. What is that the machine technology cannot do, that we cannot expect it to do, that we cannot delegate to it, that we must not give up, perhaps? These are values that we overlook and underestimate in our fascination with the power of technology. What tends to be highly evaluated about digital technology is an incredible speed with which it responds to our questions and desires. But this is also what I find most suspicious about the artificial intelligence. Speed. Artificial intelligence is incapable of what I consider to be the most valuable human quality, to contemplative approach to reality. Artificial intelligence is incapable of pausing, of meditating, of immersing itself in the depths and silence, where the transition from quantity to quality takes place. There, something radical new is born. It was a quotation by the Madeleine Albright. It was quoted at the beginning of our meeting, that we should listen to this silent, to this voice from inner. Technology cannot cross the threshold between production and creation, between the problem as a challenge to be solved and a mystery as a challenge to be adored. Technology can provide us with entertainment, but not with joy. It can provide us with knowledge, but not with wisdom. It can provide us with many bases for rational decision-making, but it cannot replace conscience. Perhaps the drama of relationship between man and machine lies in that one letter in the inscription of the golem's forehead, the Aleph. The one letter distinguishes two basic human orientation, two basic attitudes towards reality, which are expressed in two short sentences. God is the truth, and God is dead. The letter Aleph makes the difference between the words truth and death. Nietzsche announced it the time after death of God. Today, we take another step in the same direction. We speak of the death of truth, of a post-truth, post-factual time. In a time of constant change, wars, revolutions, climate change, mixing of cultures, confidence in the great words that marks the core values of our civilizations, including the word truth, has been shaken. We cannot return before this experience. We cannot return to the world of old, unshaken certainties. No ideology, political or religious, no institution, no state or church can claim a monopoly on possessing of truth. Truth, like the other core values of our civilizations, does not live in the unchanging, immovable, platonic realm of ideas. Truth, like the other core values of our civilization, is relational. They are relations. Relationalism and perspectivism are not to be confused with moral relativism and noetic nihilism. They are as far from that as they are from the old metaphysical realism. A relationalist, unlike a relativist, does not doubt the existence and value of truth. However, he doubts in the ability of anyone, including himself, to fully comprehend the truth. His way of seeking truth is self-critical, is a constant self-transcendence, a profound transformation. I'm convinced that what makes a person human, what establishes human identity, is precisely the capacity of self-transcendence, transformation, which the New Testament expressed by the word metanoia, translated as change of mind, repentance, conversion. Metanoia can take various forms. For the robots of Karel Čapek, this self-transcendence was the love of one for another. By this change, the animated machine was transformed into human being. I'm convinced that love is the value by which man can imitate God, but by which a golem or artificial intelligence cannot imitate man. Truth cannot be possessive, but it is not possible to resign ourselves to search for it. Meaning, the significance of phenomena or proposition is revealed in context. Everything we must understand in context. On the path of the search for truth and meaning, we discover ever new and wider contexts, crossing ever new horizons. We must never succumb to the illusion that we have already reached the ultimate goal, the omega point from which we can see the whole, the total context, is the eschatological goal. We must be open to this. It is the mystery. It is not what we can manipulate, what we can comprehend. It is a mystery. And because it is a deep mystery, we must acknowledge the liberty of everybody to seek this mystery, this truth with the capital letter, by his own conscience. Yes, on the way to it, we need eschatological patience. We cannot reach it with a speed. We need the patience. In the Christian tradition, there are three kinds of this patience. This constant openness to the mystery of the whole. It calls them faith, love, and hope. These three virtues were enough for our fathers, and it is good enough for me. Thank you.
Sir Tomáš Halík, thank you very much. And please let me welcome you and ask you to sit down here at the chair, Professor. And if you could join us again as well. Timothy Garden-Ash is joining us again. You've sent many, many questions, but unfortunately we have only 10 minutes to go through all the topics that we have here. So please, Professor Ash, not long ago, you've said that history depends on fortune, it depends on contingency, and it depends on human will. When we speak about the digital era and its impacts on values, how fortune, contingency, and human will is affected by the new digital trend?
So, first of all, thank you very much for that fascinating lecture. To be honest with you, I'm slightly puzzled by the title of this entire conference. Values, a new trend of the digital era. What exactly does that mean? Because in my view, the characteristic of values is precisely that they're not something new and transient, that they are old, tested, universal, eternal. And so I don't think the values are new. The question is, how are they promoted or disrupted or subverted in this period? And to your question, that's partly the kind of issues we've been discussing, namely the structure, for example, of the communications industry, the private superpowers I was talking about, the fact that one billionaire can pay too much for Twitter and then ruin the whole platform for all the rest of us. There's those kind of issues, individuals, because now the big problem in communications, you know, back in the day it was censorship, now it's ownership. Ownership is what distorts our media environment, not censorship. But also to thought leaders, politicians, journalists, scholars, writers, how do we communicate these old, eternal, universal values in this very changed information environment?
And is there something like eternal, universal values? That would be probably the question. But let me now ask Professor Halik. You always emphasize on the communication, listening to each other. How is this affected by technology and ever-streaming information from all sides? How to find the proprium humanum in this new world? What technology cannot do, probably.
I mentioned it a little bit. I think it is in this contemplative approach to the reality, because there is always the difference between the reason and the intellectus, ratio and intellectus, about the analytical approach and about the insight. And I think we can delegate much of our rational, analytical abilities to the artificial intelligence, but we need this insight. It needs the time to contemplate and that is to go a little bit deeper. So in my research, I focus on the phenomenon of religion. And I think, yes, we know many things about the institutional, doctrinal, and so aspect of religion, the crisis of many types of religion, but there is this depth, dimension of religion. There is this spirituality. There is this ontological trust in the sense of reality and sense of life. And I think it is something very important. So according to one definition, religion is a relation, is the culture of our relation to what is not dispensable, what we can manipulate. And this modern crisis of religion was because of this illusion of the modern man, then we can manipulate everything. Now we see it is not true. There was so many warning signals. Also these diseases like the coronavirus. It was the shaking of our trust that we have our life in our disposition. And then came these two wars. The Pope Francis speaks about the Third World War. And I think they are now the two hot lines of this war. And so this our trust that we can manipulate the reality is shaken, but it is also all the crises are challenges, and this is a challenge to discover something what is deeper and what is the real human, what is behind this intellectus. It is this insight, it is this contemplative approach. So to this, we cannot play this role of God. This, I think, one of the most important aspects of the religious faith is that we are not gods, and we shouldn't play the role of God. And we are not owners of the whole reality and the whole truth. We need this humility, this openness toward the mystery of the whole. And it is not resignation, but it's impulse for searching deeper and deeper. So I think this way to the deeper dimension of our life is what we need, and what is not what we can not delegate to the technology.
Actually, when you speak about going deeper and deeper, I would be very happy if you could answer a question that came from the audience. How would you encourage the public into truth-seeking that does not seem to be the interest of most?
Thank you very much. Can I just pick up on something that Tomasz Halik just said about the importance of listening? Because all communication has two sides, speaking and listening. I spent quite a few years writing a book about free speech, and I looked into the way other cultures think about free speech. And in the Indian tradition, our Western tradition tends to focus on the rights of the speaker. The Indian tradition focuses a lot on the listener, on what it is to be a good listener, all the way from the edicts of Ashoka to Mahatma Gandhi. Gandhi wonderfully once said, we need speech that opens ears. We have an awful lot of speech that closes ears these days. We need speech that opens ears. And so I think one of the ways to encourage people in the enterprise of truth-seeking would be to encourage them to be good listeners. And you can't be a good listener when every 30 seconds you're looking at your phone for the next tweet or the next bite on Instagram. I mean, I think it's a serious point, so that one of the values perhaps we need to encourage for the digital age is that of good listening. The other thing is, because I touched on the image of the sandwich where you know what's in it.
Full of information.
I think we badly need food labeling for information. Food labeling for information. So that if you want to find out where this bit of news or lies or rubbish or disinformation came from, you actually have a way of establishing that.
Yeah, Professor Halik?
I think that a very promising job for the future will be the advisor for the diet in informations, because we have the access to so many informations, and we need a little bit of diet to distinguish what is useful and what is dangerous. And it was this step from the totalitarian regime to this free society. For us, it was the entrance to this internet age. And everything was accessible. It was the aspect of the globalization process. I think the fall of communism was a byproduct of the globalization process, of the free market of goods and ideas. If the so-called socialist regimes were part of this free market of goods and ideas, it was visible that they cannot withstand in this competition in the technology, but also in the cultural values. And these closed regimes was not able to breathe this wind of competition. And yes. And now this art of listening, it is very essential part of this is the inner freedom. The listening needs some silence, and the silence inside is even more important than the silence from the outside, because our subconscious is full of voices, of echoes of some ideologies.
Silence, not so in the meaning of tranquility, but calm.
And we need this inner silence and this art of spiritual recognition to distinguish these voices, and we are full of voices, we are full of noise.
Can I just quickly comment on the first part of what you said about the free market of ideas? So there's the great American metaphor for free speech is the marketplace of ideas. The problem is what we're dealing with in the structure of the major internet platforms is a market failure in the marketplace of ideas. The free market is actually not delivering, and instead of what is meant to happen in the marketplace of ideas, which is the good ideas drive out the bad, very often, as in the famous Gresham's law about bad money driving out good, it's the bad ideas that are driving out the good ones.
Gentlemen, I would have so many information or so many questions to ask you, but unfortunately, we don't have time for that because we have a very busy schedule ahead of us. So thank you very much. Thank you to Professor Timothy Garden-Edge, as well as to Professor Tomáš Halík. Thank you for really valuable insights. Thank you for being with us here. Thank you to your questions. I'm sorry I could not ask them all, but we'll have the chance to talk about values in the digital era in the next panel discussion. But for now, we'll have a short break, and we meet back at 10:35 for Defending Values in Digital Age. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Přišlo na vás asi 2.
Please be seated. We will start in a moment.
Welcome back to Aspen Annual Conference 2023. I would ask you to take your coffee, take a seat, so that we may start with our next panel, the topic Values, a new trend of digital era. But before I start, and to give you the time to get your coffee and take a seat, I would like to ask you not to use the stands for the cameras as a tables. Actually, it's not table. And it would help us to have a proper stream also for those who couldn't fit in the room. So just please be very careful about the cameras so that we have a good quality stream for all those of you who are watching us remotely. And that's all for now. And so we may start with our topic of values, a new trend of digital era. As we've already mentioned, the world is changing. We see conflicts that were not present in Europe for decades, elections in European or more precisely Central European countries, are closely watched by EU as a decision point if the countries in place will turn to the east or west. In such situation, what can we do to protect and support values of the Western world in the Central European region? We will discuss that, but first, let's see what are the outcomes of a study made by Aspen Institute CE together with Daniel Kostoval, Senior Fellow at Prague Center for Transatlantic Relations. The study was created before the escalation of the conflict between Israel and Palestine, but we will address that topic in the subsequent discussion. So now, let's see the video.
Mezinárodní vztahy procházejí v posledních letech dramatickými změnami. Čína a Rusko se snaží změnit globální poměr sil a zvýšit svůj vliv a schopnosti určovat pravidla a řešení na úkor Západu. Rusko touží po změně bezpečnostního systému v Evropě a po obnovení sféry vlivu. Čína sleduje cíl stát se globální mocností číslo 1. Obě velmoci hledají spojence mezi dalšími státy, které se mnohdy vymezují vůči západním hodnotám, vládě zákona, demokracii a svobodě. Rusko a Čína mají společné zájmy a cíle, což představuje pro Západ nejen velkou výzvu, ale především i hrozbu. Reakce musí být na celostátní a celospolečenské úrovni. Západní země potřebují investovat do bezpečnosti a obrany za účelem odstrašení či odražení případné hrozby i do odolnosti kritické infrastruktury. Důležité je, aby Západ měl technologickou převahu. Potřebujeme také rozumět trendům a procesům ve světě. Proto se musíme soustředit na aktivní diplomacii a efektivní zpravodajské služby. Západ se musí také snažit získat nové partnery a spojence v zemích mimo západní demokracie, aniž by jim vnucoval svůj způsob života. Paralelně je třeba klást důraz na zachování naší hodnotové integrity.
Válka na Ukrajině vrátila do našeho prostoru opět debatu o hodnotách, což je pozitivní po té, co jsme se po vstupu do Evropské unie nejprve trochu dezorientovali a potom zabředli do kulturních válek. Zároveň je tato debata následována poměrně razantním jednáním ve prospěch obrany Ukrajiny, což je také pozitivní. Já chápu hodnoty jako něco, co směřuje naše kroky, co dává cíl našemu jednání a co také umožňuje lidem a skupinám s jinými zájmy, potřebami a různými názory se sjednotit na společné jednání. A jednat na základě hodnot taky znamená jednat vůči sobě ve vlastní společnosti, snažit se hodnoty jako lidská práva, soudržnost, občanská rovnost systematicky naplňovat i ve vlastní zemi a také nemůžeme hodnoty odpojovat od toho horizontu, který nad námi všeba dnes stojí, což je klimatická změna. Čili pokud se bavíme o hodnotách, musíme se bavit o způsobech společného jednání.
Hodnoty, na kterých stojí tento stát, jsou nejenom skutečným základem pro jeho existenci, ale i vodítkem pro to, abychom byli schopni se orientovat ve složitém informačním prostředí. Důstojnost, spravedlnost a svoboda jsou opravdu tím základem, který nám umožňuje říct, co v tom největším základu je dobře a co špatně. Pokud se máme podívat na to, jakou roli hraje obranný průmysl, tak samozřejmě v kontextu války na Ukrajině podstatně větší, než jsme si posledních 20 let mysleli, ale zároveň jsme v období lidských dějin, kdy poprvé v historii civilní inovace předbíhají ty vojenské a vojáci si berou nové poznatky a myšlenky z civilního prostředí, nikoliv naopak. Ale to pořád znamená, že příležitost pro český obranný průmysl tam je. My si musíme pouze uvědomit, že jak armáda, tak obranný průmysl, tak stát je obrany schopná pouze v kontextu spojenectví, jak v rámci Evropy, tak v rámci NATO.
Naše společnost vnímá demokratické hodnoty často jako něco samozřejmého, ale tak to není. Je naším úkolem proto tyto hodnoty vysvětlovat srozumitelným jazykem, předkládat lidem jejich přínosy a možná připomínat to, že ta situace by byla mnohem horší, kdybychom ty hodnoty neměli. Role NATO při obraně demokratických hodnot je přitom zcela zásadní, protože nám síla největší obranné aliance na světě umožňuje žít ve stabilním, rozvíjícím se prostředí a my bychom se na to měli dále sami podílet, třeba podporou pokročilých technologií.
Vzdělávání ve smyslu politického hodnotového systému a moderních dějin je klíčové pro výchovu nových generací k uvědomění si hrozeb a rozhodnosti jim čelit. Je nutné také umět porozumět vývoji a podmínkám ve světě. Celkově je důležité, aby si Západ vytvořil efektivní strategie spolupráce i za hranicemi naší demokracie a byl tak schopen lépe čelit výzvám, které Rusko, Čína a další státy představují pro hodnoty liberálně konstitucionální a demokratické společnosti a následně i pro udržení globální stability.
Dignity, justice, rule of law and freedom. How to preserve these values in the changing world, a topic for our panelists. Let me welcome here Petr Dvořák, former CEO of Czech TV and Nova TV, Jakub Landowski, permanent representative of the Czech Republic to NATO, Magda Vášáriová, former Slovak ambassador to Poland, founder of Slovak Foreign Policy Association and non-governmental organization Via Cultura. Also Alexander Morkrzicki, member of the advisory committee of the Secretary General of NATO for New Technologies and deputy CEO of PFR Ventures. And last but not least, Tomáš Pojar, advisor on national security to the Office of the Government of the Czech Republic and former Czech ambassador to Israel. Welcome. And I would love to start with Magda Vášáriová. As we've heard, Daniel Koštoval, among others, concluded in the study that the West must try to win new partners and allies in non-Western democracies without imposing its way of life on them. But first, do Central European representatives and their citizens identify with Western values?
Thank you for inviting me, not only as a only lady here, but also coming now from Slovakia, my God, after the elections. But I will try to respond of your question. I don't understand what is Western values. Yes, it's our own values. Our own values of not only the Western world, we belong to this, but as Mr. Halik have said today, these are our values based on not only Christian values, but also Enlightenment values and so on and so on. So we don't have other basic values. Of course, when we are starting to speak about the democracy and the quality of democracy, but then, as was mentioned here also by our friend Timothy, of Brexit, yes, in the old traditional democratic country like Great Britain showed us that democracy without electors who were manipulated with informations. This is our common problem. But frankly speaking, according to me, the core question should be which kind of preserved values, yes, in the digital era, from the point of ethics, yes, is for us right and desirable, yeah, because sometimes we have to pose the one value against the another, yeah. Or to bring one value over all the values. So it's according to us, and I am very grateful that we are speaking about the values, although this is a little bit word not everybody is understanding what we means under the word value.
I think it's true. Not every one of us has the same feeling for the word, and so you've spoken from the Slovak perspective, but we also have here representative of Poland, Alexander Mokrzycki. How do you see it from the Polish perspective, especially now, knowing the result of the last election? What is the Polish view on values, being it Western, ours, Central European, whatever?
Thank you. It's a very broad question, and I would like to concentrate on, from my perspective, on one. It's the cooperation. A cooperation not only within one society, but between nations. There is a huge difference if I could compare US and Europe. The main difference is that we are divided within Europe, and each country and the situation still exists. Each country is acting on its own, unfortunately. We are not united as much as US, and that's the weakest, I would say, side of the situation. So in terms of course, I'm saying in terms of Ukraine, because I'm trying to focus on defending our current situation. But so this is a very close question. In terms of elections and things like that, we can see that what is important also is kind of equality within each society. And but as I said, it's a much longer discussion, I guess. So as I said, being united and cooperate among nations, this is something that I would like to talk later a bit about. So NATO Innovation Fund. This is the main value from my perspective.
Thank you. So we are not united enough, if I may conclude, what we should focus on as well. Tomáš Pojar is an advisor on national security. Where do you see the biggest threats? Are we aware of the threats? And do we have the determination to face them, as Daniel Koštoval mentioned in the video?
Well, first of all, we are lucky that we have enemies and enemies are uniting, so it's good. Yes, and once we realize the seriousness of the enemies and how serious they are in their deeds, then we are getting more united, and we have seen that in the past. So this is good news. If we are united enough, that's another question, but definitely we have proven that we can get together and we can get united at least to some degree. And on the threats, I think it's obvious. The threat number one, from the point of view of Czech Republic and Central Europe, is Russia. And from Europe itself, it's Russia, because Russia is waging the largest scale war since the Second World War in Europe, on the European continent. So there is no doubt and no question about it. And Russians' ambitions are that they will get as far as to Central Europe. This is what they are proclaiming, and this is what they are officially saying, and this is what their doctrine is saying. The only fact which the Russians realized after the end of Cold War is unification of Germany. So in the old good German-Russian traditions, Russians have agreed on the unification of Germany, but nothing else since the end of the Cold War. And the threat number two is more amorphous. It's basically linked to instability in the European neighborhood, which is a breeding ground for terrorism and vehicle for migration. And terrorism and migration can significantly contribute to instability inside European societies in every single European state, regardless if it's Northern Europe, Southern Europe, Western Europe, Central Europe, Eastern Europe. And good news is that finally Germans are also getting it. At least it seems, and there is some hope. And it was mentioned that everyone has been watching elections in Slovakia and Poland in Central Europe. Well, let's not be so self-centric. Everyone is now non-stop watching every elections in Europe. So everyone serious was watching elections and results of state elections inside Germany. Because the elections in Germany are going to be more important than elections in Slovakia and even in Poland, okay? And everyone will be watching elections in Netherlands. So elections are important. And every elections are again and again contest for freedom, and freedom is nothing we should take for granted. Democracy is the same, and we have to fight for it every generation and every elections. And there is nothing new about it, and it will not change.
I guess everyone is watching the elections in Europe because the determination depends on the result of the election. So I'll ask later on again about the determination, but now quite similar question for Jakub Landowski as a representative of NATO here. Is NATO aware of the threats, and does it have the determination to face them?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. And in the video, I think it was Colonel Foltin who said that values are a guidance for action. And standing in this place, connected to Václav Havel, the action can range from signing a Charter 77 and shipping it to the president, or building a munition factory to build enough munition for brave Ukrainian people defending themselves. And I think Václav Havel himself would love the juxtaposition between those two actions stemming from our common values. NATO is ready, especially in the political sense. We have a great deal of unity among us. Money is not really a problem. 2% will happen at 2024. What is lagging behind, what is the bottleneck, is the ability to translate words and money to real action. And you cannot fight a war, and Tomáš already addressed how difficult the situation is in Ukraine with words. It's slightly better with money, but it's not enough. We need to have enough defense capabilities. And there I see something which is worth addressing from here, from Aspen conference, which is addressing the public, because there is a different narration connected to values and defense. For example, there is a debate about how capital should be invested into stemming up our industrial capabilities. And some banks have inner regulation that forbids that. And that's very interesting because those banks don't want to have this self-regulation for themselves. Bank is not an ethical organization, it's not a church. It's about lending money because bank perceives public to have certain negative notion connected to building arms. But I am coming from a country where, and when I first met President Pavel, he was not the leader of the nation, he was the leader of the army. And when we elected president from armed forces. So I think it's justified to address this. And we need to talk deeply within the society, what is the defense and how do we value it? And from where I stand, even from economic terms, defense is a public good. You cannot exclude anyone from using defense. It doesn't have a zero cost. It costs a lot to build, but then it's for the benefit of everybody. So I think we should turn these rules around, and I'm ready to discuss. In NATO, we are starting a fund with $1 billion, basically from the taxpayers' money from the nations in NATO, which will be investing into keeping the technological edge, into getting our investment into startups in a defense domain, and keep ahead of our adversaries in the technological race.
Thank you. Yeah, money is not a problem, but then there's still the opinion of the public that has a certain weight, especially as we were talking about the elections. And then the media steps into the game with the public opinion. So how do you see the role of media in these days, where we can see under what pressure they are about every small detail in the information? How difficult it is to be media in these days.
Hello, everybody. Quite complex questions for 1 hour panel, but I try to do my best. Media is changing. Media can be perceived as a source of information, but in terms of building values, presenting values, and for example, talking about defense, the media can play a role of a weapon in the society. And now, as the media landscape is very fragmented, and the media brands doesn't matter too much, because the way or the distance between the creator and between the final user is much shorter than it was in the past. You can build your own personal media brand by sending some podcasts or doing some newsletters, or even through some posts on the social media. So to find reliable information can be a key, and that's why the main value which I associate with media is trust. And there is a paradox that, based on, for example, research of Reuters Institute, the most trusted media are still the original or the standard media like TV, radio, or print media. Then probably less trust is given to the online media, and the social media, they are just on the bottom. But there is a paradox that the usage of information is mostly today through the social media instead of the traditional media, and this applies mainly for the young generation. And if you look, for example, how the teenagers in the United Kingdom consume the informations, so the first point they go is Instagram.
And the 15 minutes Insta story, 15 seconds Insta stories.
The second one is TikTok. The third is YouTube, and BBC is on the 4th or 5th place. So this means that to build trust and find the distribution channels for the media to get to the viewer or listener or reader is a key. And I really like the proposal which Professor Ash has, which means to make some like food description for the media. And this is also one of the
information labeling.
Yeah, one of the problems which the EU should just now solve: the findability and the accessibility to the trusted information. This will be a key for the future.
Actually, when you mentioned the young people in the UK, I know that the young people and our values is a topic for Magda Vasarieva, but I also know that Jakub wanted to react on what was said by Peter. So Jakub, please.
Just quickly wanted to react because I saw in your eyes your disagreement when I said money is not an issue. So I'd like to come back to this very briefly. In NATO, we have nations that together create more than 60% of the world GDP. In a coalition that's supporting the Ukraine, UDCG, it's much more than that. It's including partners from the Indo-Pacific region, Japan, South Korea. So West, as a value-based, let's say, grouping of state, has ability to wage a long war. And Afghanistan is a testament to that. Afghanistan, for 20 years, cost US solely $2 trillion, 300 million a day. And now we are telling everybody that we will help Ukrainians as long as it takes. But NATO is in deterrence and defense business. And to deter your adversary, and it's the best way to prevent war, you need to be really committed in the long term. So we should basically say we are able to do it for 10-year horizon, 20-year horizon, and then it really work to change the Russian calculus.
So that was to the determination. So I understand there is the determination. But I would come back with the information are very much affecting the way the young generation thinks of the values of our society. And I know, Magda, we've spoken about that you see a big threat in this. So how to, I don't know, how to defend those values, because I may not say how to defend the young generation. They can do it for themselves, but how to defend the values for them.
When I was preparing myself for this debate, I realized that I belong to the generation who was attracted by Satan, evil. And according to Goethe, we know that evil is very nice, very, very handsome man with the curling hairs and big black eyes. So I have a little bit threat to speak about the values for the young generation. And I am not aware of it that my generation, which is luckily going away from our world, if we are able, and with this our dreams and ideas and illusions, we are ready to understand how will the new world, new digital era, how it will be fashionable, managed for the young generation. And I understand that the values we were raised as a children, yes, we think that these values are desirable also for the young generation, yeah. But I don't know if we are able to foresee this new world. I don't know. This new world, this new era could be quite different, really different, because of what was mentioned already here. So the information, the market of the information, and of also this human freedom, yes, we are living in. So that the truth is not only one. This is not like in the previous past, so that the truth is not being to be reached, but this is the very important, the way to the truth. Yes?
That's what we've heard from Professor Halik.
Yes,
in his
yes,
speech.
Exactly. So we are trying, my generation, to see this ranking of values as our heredity for the young generation. But is the young generation prepared to understand this ranking of values? Yes? So I am not sure of this. I see that probably you think that I am too pessimistic, but I am trying not to be such a illusionist, yes, but to speak about the illusions. So we have to be aware of our role in the past. Yeah.
Yeah, but when we speak about
if we are able to foresee the future, I don't know. I am not aware of it.
But yeah, when you speak about young generation, and I look at Alexander, it was the young generation who actually decided, together with women, decided the Polish election. They were not probably being expected. But I would like to go to some questions that we are receiving from you, because there are plenty of them. And when we are talking about young generation, about media, about threats and determination, how would you explain the importance of upholding liberal values to members of working class or to young people who aren't accustomed to discussing values? Anyone who would feel like answering this question? Aren't we just closed in a bubble of philosophical discussions that we cannot impose on the ones that need to go to work every day, do the same? Tomáš?
Only note one thing. Please don't speak about the nations. Probably better to speak about the states, or better of the Europeans, of the human world as a whole.
Thank you. Tomáš?
I don't have the answer. I'm a simple man. I count bullets which we are sending to Ukrainians in order for themselves to defend themselves. I pray for every Hamas terrorist to be killed tomorrow, not the day later. And I am really frustrated once I see the world where BBC used to distinguish 40, 50 years good and evil, and it's not able to do it now, and it's not able to distinguish good and evil systematically. BBC, the etalon of freedom for me in the past generations, it's completely like, it's been for some time, but now it's been, I hope, eye-opening for everyone else that we have a problem in the West as well.
Jakub and probably Peter.
If I have to, was it like to explain a working class man or women about the importance of defense, security, determination?
It was about the importance of the values, but yes.
Okay, so from my standpoint, and you said working class, so I'll resort to Marxism, I would tell him that Marx got it all wrong, that not the economy is the basis of society, it's the security is the basis of society. And there are, of course, let's say threats, and I think Tomáš very well described that it can be states or terrorists that are endangering that very basic value on which we can build an economy, on which we can build a prosperity and everything else. That's why he had to pay part of these taxes to defense.
Well, if we speak about economy and about the connection of security and economy, Alexander, you are smiling. Is that because you have in your mind something like, I know you also represent a Polish development fund that invests in NATO Innovation Fund. The main investment areas are artificial intelligence, quantum computing, space industry, biotechnology. So those are the spheres where we need to defend our values.
Well, I'm smiling because I'm a bit younger, but to be honest, the values do not, from my perspective, they do not change that much from one generation to the other. What has changed is that the invention of internet and entering into digital era. That was the critical change that happened. And based on the availability of information which we have as a society right now, it's much easier to, first of all, for all people to receive the proper information, the information that they need. And there is there is a very limited number of nations that are closed right now. If you go to the past, you will see that each society was driven by politicians, because we were not having internet. The information was provided only by newspapers or television controlled by the government. That was a completely different world. So the values that, as I said, are similar to what we had in the past, I guess. But we are much able to, we have much broader access to those information, each of us. So this is what I would like to mention, and that's why I was smiling.
Okay, thank you. But yeah, the artificial intelligence is part of the defense. I may see the connection as well. We've heard about the labeling of truth and lie by the media. It cannot do it anymore.
Today's media, they are in many traps. And one of the traps is the access to the customer, so everybody can build its own media without trying to look for the truth. It's the first big trap, but not the most significant one. The second trap is the so-called objectivity. Because the media, they try to be objective, and sometimes they are over-objective, and they basically not to be accused that they are for one or the other side. They try to be like independent, but then it takes to the situation where BBC hesitates to say that Hamas are terrorists. And this is something which wouldn't happen if the values are well understood by the journalists there. And the third trap is the speed. because today's media, they try to be as fast as possible, which sometimes leads to some misinformations, this is the better case, or to some disinformations, this is the wrong case. And there is not any simple solution for that, but we are coming back to the values. And you know, I spent 12 years now with the public service media, and there are some values which they try to preserve, like independence, like accountability, like diversity, and all the other values. But under those words, you have to find a proper actions. Sometimes you don't, or the people, they don't understand it well enough. So the only solution in this is the education, and the people must be educated and must understand what they can imagine under those values. But I don't know if I answered.
Yeah, thank you. Jakub.
Just very quickly, education hit me because I'm still teaching, and there are these examples of excluding someone from a university debate, Stanford and such. I think it's about respectful debate, and respectful means, in my eyes, that if something is said in the debate, you aim your negativity towards the statement, not the person. So that's why you can keep the relative freedom of the discussion and don't get into this polarization that really destroys our ability to respect one another and talk about these issues that are super important.
Thank you. Actually, there is a question that is connected to that. On a practical level, somebody of you writes, what are the strategies and activities that the Czech Republic, as well as NATO, is implementing to defend our values? For example, Tomáš, I know you visited China just a few weeks ago, and after the visit, you've said that hopefully your visit helped against the rapprochement between China and Russia. So how could you influence that?
I also said that I would not be overestimating my visit, okay? It was a Czech clerk visiting Beijing. There's nothing more.
But is that a part of practical step?
Look what discussion is going on in the Western world. What has happened a few hours ago? 4-hour-long meeting between President Biden and Chairman Xi. Chinese Minister of Foreign Affairs, whom I met, was in Beijing a week before. You see some Europeans traveling to China, to Beijing, and talking to Chinese. Yes, we are defending ourselves and helping Ukraine to defend against this monstrous country, Russia. And we do not want China to get closer to Russia. And we have to talk to Chinese. And we have to exchange views with Chinese. And look what China is doing. Are they helping Russia? Yes. Could they be helping Russia much more? Yes. Would it be much more serious problem for us than for Ukrainians? Definitely, I guarantee. Is it black and white? No. The world is not black and white. But we have to be smart, and we have to think, and we have to really look long term. And it's not only about Russia. By the way, Chinese do have some influence about Middle East and on Iran. So we need to get messages from Beijing to Iranians, because if Iranians decide, and it's going to be Iranians, nobody else, to widen the war in the Middle East, you will see how many problems we will have, not only those in the Middle East, but we will have in Europe. So let's be serious. Let's talk to Chinese. Let's talk with them openly. Let's have channels of communication. Let's exchange views. It's beneficial to us and to them, and I think there is a lot what can be discussed with Chinese. Do we have same values? Do we have same civilizations? Do we have the same systems? No. But we understand it, and they understand it as well. But the world is tough. Europeans were dreaming 20, 30 years about multipolar world. Europeans were criticizing unipolarity of US and bipolarity of before. So we have it. We have one. We have multipolar world. Is it safer? Is it better? Is it easier to defend freedom in such world? No, but we wanted it. So we have to defend our freedom even more. Our wish came through, so we have it. So we better talk to those who want to talk talk seriously, be realistic about what's happening in the world, be realistic about cards we are playing with, and let's try to make it a little bit better, and let's try to make it a little bit safer, and let's try to protect our freedom a little bit more. And let's stop dreaming that if we send somewhere humanitarian aid, or if we say some slogan, that it's gonna be it and we will solve it. We will look like puppets, and this is nothing against sending humanitarian aid. We must do it and we will continue, and it's very important. It's not about clarity of what we are saying. We must be clear, there must be clarity in what we are saying. But it needs also deeds, and it needs realization that the world is getting more and more complicated, more and more chaotic, and that majority of the world is not on our side, okay? So let's be serious. So let's send arms to those who need arms and who are not on the opposite side. They don't have to be 100% on our side, but they should not be on the opposite side. And let's also send humanitarian aid, and let's talk about our values. But let's not dream that we are the puppet of, we are the center of the world, and that the world is going to be rotating around us, that everything is going to be solved in the same tough discussions like we are having in Brussels around the round table in Brussels. This is not the rule how the world looks like and will look like. This is the exception of the rule, what we are having in the EU. So let's protect it and let's defend it. But let's not think that the others want the same, or they are doing the same, or that's the universal rules. It's not the universal rules. It's the exception to the universal rules, unfortunately.
But we still want to be in accordance in the whole Europe, and now that's probably why EU was watching so closely on the election in Slovakia and Poland as well. Magda, I could see you breathing in because you wanted to react on what Tomáš said. So playing the cards we have, what cards do we have? What cards we should play?
We've heard already a speech against our naivety, yes? As I understand it. Naivety.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
He didn't call it that way, but yes.
Yes, and it was very successful. Everybody understands it. But we are speaking about the values, and the naivety is a value? No. No, it's really not a value. I want to come back to my talks with Václav Havel, also here in this room. We were not able to explain to the so-called Western world what it means to live in totalitarian regime. We didn't succeed, really. We have to ask why, because these ideas how to order the new world are here. Yes, the perils about the coming back to the kind of totalitarian world are here. So, are we ready to make for the rest of the world a program? Please, we lived 40 years in such a regime. Be aware of this. And there is this could be based on really values, such a program. But I don't know if, because this was also a naivety, a kind of naivety, that we wanted to explain what it means to live not in a democratic regime. And if I see now the young generation in London, in America, in the United States, in Rome, and so on, that They don't want to live in democratic regime. So how we are able, we Central Europeans, to explain now, you are going the wrong way. Please come back to our democratic-based values. So this is my problem. This is my problem. So yes, dear colleague from Severo, yes, I support you. I support you that we have to observe the world, yes? But don't forget that we are not so successful. See Slovakia, but Poland was now 8 years in so-called matriarch regime. We lived in the 90s, and I hope that everything will be good. But what we are going to make with Magyarország, I don't know why in English they are speaking about the Hungarians. Hungarian kingdom doesn't exist anymore. So there are only Magyars here. So what we are going to do, this is our role, this is our task. So yes, in Slovakia, we are now in a little bit precarious situation. But don't forget that we have a euro. And this is a really something which is based on the European values. It means cooperation, yes. But the Czechs, Poles, and Magyars, they don't want to have these connections, this cooperation. Why? And that's why I am a little bit more optimistic about the situation in Slovakia.
Jakub wants to react on what's...
Not only the civil society, very strong in Slovakia, but also because of Euro as an anchor, as a really European anchor. So please, Czechs here, go to Euro, please.
As an anchor. Jakub.
My reaction on China, by the way, very good book by Henry Kissinger. Should we let Chinese buy out all our strategic companies in defense? I think Alexander will support me in saying no. Should we let China win over us in Africa in this fight over influence? I would say no. Should we talk to the Chinese? Absolutely, that's who we are. That's the basis of our values as open societies, as an open society of states. Of course, we should talk to them for the sake of addressing issues that are beyond these issues that I mentioned before. For example, global climate change, how to address world shipping. These issues need to be dealt with together with China, and US visit to China is testament to that.
Alexander and then Tomáš as well.
Yeah, I would like just to mention that we are having different values than China. That's why fighting with them, or trying to influence them, is very hard for us, because they share different values than us. So one of the reasons that I have mentioned at the very beginning that cooperation is crucial. NATO Innovation Fund was created within countries that are here located in Europe. US is out, Canada is out, and France is out. They are not within NATO Innovation Fund. We are having great opportunities. It's just one example to create a kind of cooperation within the European Union, because we need to create a situation when we are not longer depending on US in longer perspective, or China, and we can create the new defense, let's say, solutions ourselves. As of today, most countries, unfortunately within Europe, are buying solutions from outside of Europe. And it's for our security, it's very crucial to make it within Europe. But that's one element. I'm just saying that if we want to protect our values that are different to China values, We need to cooperate within Europe, and this is an NATO Innovation Fund is one of the examples of this kind of cooperation. I think I don't have much time, but
it sounded to me like the Europe is switching to self-defense mode.
Yeah, that's crucial, and it should happen. I can just give you one more example. In 1999, CIA created the first venture capital fund. It's called Incutel, and NATO Innovation Fund is a kind of response to what they have done over 20 years ago. It should not happen that we are creating companies here in Europe that are because we are having great people here, even in Czech Republic, and we are selling those companies to China without restrictions. You cannot purchase easily companies in China. It's not possible. But they can purchase companies here. So they can purchase technology here. If we want to defend our society, we need to protect. And that's why we started with this NATO Innovation Fund.
Tomáši.
A reaction on Jakub. Well, yes, on Africa and China. I want Africans to be buying Czech buses, Czech cars, Czech planes, Czech tanks, and I don't want them to be buying Chinese tanks and Chinese cars and Chinese buses and Chinese trains. And I want them to be buying iPhones and not Huawei's. That's fine, but we have to compete there. We have to go there. And we were in Africa with Prime Minister, as many of you know, and just to paraphrase one discussion with one of the African leaders, he said, if the Chinese come, they talk 90% about business and 10% about how we vote in UN. If you Europeans come, you talk 90% how we vote in UN and 10% about business. And I understand that they are frustrated, okay? So I'm not saying that they should talk 90% about business and only 10% about vote in UN, but let's say 80 to 20 would be good ratio, and we will be more successful. So this is what we have to do, and this is how we have to approach it. And on Central Europe, I must say that I have never been worried, and I'm not worried now about Poland. Okay, Poland is fine. It's fine. It's doing fine. It's doing fine with values. It knows very well where the enemies are and where the real enemies are. Let's discuss others, but I'm also not worried about Slovakia. But about Poland, I've never been worried. About Slovakia, I cannot say it so strongly.
That's how Europe changes or should change its behavior outside of Europe. But how about at home? What do we need to change? For example, now we can see German Social Democratic Chancellor Olaf Scholz speaking about major tightening of the current immigration policy. Are there going to be big changes? Do we need to undergo them?
We need changes. We need serious changes. And I think we need to talk about real problems which are affecting us on the daily basis and which are affecting the elections and the voters' habits during the elections. And this is what is there. So we have to talk about global problems, but we have to get much more local about tackling and solving the issues at home. At home, I mean across Europe, because if we divert attention only to the global problems, then people will vote differently. People do vote differently. Everywhere. It's not about Eastern Europe, some barbarians from Eastern Europe and enlightened Western Europe. It's the same. And by the way, really, if I would bet on the future of EU and on vetoes and exits, etc., it's not going to happen in Central Eastern Europe. It's going to come from the West. The main threat and the main hit and the main real struggle is going to be in the West. So watch the Dutch elections and really pray for the German elections, okay? So this is the important part. Slovak elections, our elections, important for us, not important for the continent. They are much more important elections in Western Europe, Western Northern Europe, which are more important for the whole continent than our elections.
When I could add to this, are we able in Europe to solve the problem of Balkan? Because we are speaking about the China, about the Africa and so on, but we have a region there, and there is a Bosnia-Herzegovina, there is a Kosovo, Mr. Dodik.
I'm more worried about Düsseldorf than about Kosovo. and I really mean it, okay? So, yes, let's try to calm down the Balkans, let's try to help, let's try to contribute to stability rather than to instability, but it's more important what is happening on the streets of Köln and Düsseldorf or Amsterdam or Malmö or Stockholm than what is happening on the streets of Pristina. Okay.
I agree with you, and my questions would be, who started the Balkan Wars 1991?
Jakube.
I feel obliged to say something about the Balkans because still it's NATO's biggest mission is still Kosovo in numbers, and the problems of Balkans are both internal and external. There are many actors outside of the Balkan region like Russia that enjoy the turmoil and fire. Russia is a perfect arsonist because it doesn't have to start all the fires around the world, but it can enjoy them all. And we should be very careful about this transition period because talking about values, values as such will always be here. We can have economic values as well as the world order will always be there. It can just be the world order that is shifted to something which is against us as human beings or us as a Western civilization. And we should, in this transition period where our values are in flux, remain human. And that means taking every member of the society in the debate in a respectful manner. That's what I'm afraid about.
But at the end, like everywhere and always, the stability on Balkans, we can contribute to stability or instability. But if there is going to be stability or not, it depends on the people living on the Balkans. So it's their responsibility as well, and it's primarily their responsibility. We can only contribute from outside, and I don't underestimate it, but it's their responsibility, and they should be responsible for their behavior and for their well-being and for their future. And some of them are, which is good.
Says Tomáš Pojar. I also thank to Alexander Mokřický, Magda Vašáriová, Jakub Landowski, and Petr Dvořák. Thank you very much. Thank you for your questions. And now we'll have time for lunch. And after the lunch, we'll talk about green economy. So meet you back at 12:30. Thank you. Krásné odpoledne.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again here to the Prague Crossroads at the Aspen Annual Conference 2023. This morning we've been talking about the role of values, and now we're talking about the theme related to it, that is the approach of the Western world to the people and to the planet. We call it sustainability, and we use abbreviations such as ESG, or we talk about Green Deal. This is a topic that is very relevant for a country like the Czech Republic that is highly industrialized. The industry as it used to work will have to change significantly, and what challenges, what opportunities, what threats it represents for the Czech Republic. This is analyzed by the study by Aspen Institute CE and Boston Consulting Group. The main conclusion will be summarized now by Tomáš Widerman, the managing partner of Boston Consulting Group.
Transformace směrem k uhlíkové neutralitě se urychluje. Tento přechod může představovat jak hrozbu, tak jedinečnou příležitost pro společnost a tradiční ekonomiky. Země, které tuto příležitost správně využijí, zajistí svým obyvatelům lepší životní úroveň a blahobyt. Naopak země, které budou tento přechod brzdit a zpomalovat, začnou zaostávat. Zatímco dosažení uhlíkové neutrality je pro všechny stejným cílem, výchozí pozice jednotlivých ekonomik se liší. Česká republika je jednou z nejvíce znečišťujících ekonomik EU, jak v přepočtu na HDP, tak na obyvatele. Pro úspěšnou zelenou transformaci bude nutná komplexní proměna části ekonomiky zodpovědná za 10% českého HDP. Zhruba 1/3 našeho automobilového průmyslu je navázána na výrobu spalovacích motorů a převodovek a za to musíme najít náhradu. Podobné změny čekají i další odvětví, jako je výroba oceli nebo cementu, zemědělství a další. Pro udržení kroku s ostatními zeměmi bude nutné do roku 2050 kumulativně investovat okolo 3200 miliard korun, což představuje 1,5 až 3% HDP ročně. Abychom pozvedli české hospodářství, je zcela klíčové inovovat a tyto prostředky investovat do domácích a nikoliv importovaných technologií.
Dekarbonizace průmyslu, dekarbonizace hospodářství je dneska bezesporu globální trend. Globální trend, který přináší nové technologie i celá nová odvětví. Pro Českou republiku je tohle samozřejmě příležitost takové technologie vyrábět, taková odvětví mít u sebe. Je to zároveň ale hrozba, protože my jsme zemí velmi průmyslovou, s průmyslem, který byl založený historicky na uhlíkových technologiích. To znamená, pro nás to není volba, pro nás je nutností ty nové technologie do České republiky přinést, začít je tady využívat a zároveň je ideálně začít vyrábět. Čes už před pár lety oznámil svoji strategii Čistá energie zítřka. V rámci té chce do roku 2040 dosáhnout úplné uhlíkové neutrality.
My jsme skutečně stále nejprůmyslovější ekonomikou v celé Evropské unii. To znamená, že těch energeticky vysoce náročných průmyslových podniků tady máme více nežli kdokoliv jiný. To znamená, dekarbonizovat takovouto ekonomiku bude opravdu nesmírně náročné a hlavně velmi drahé. Na druhou stranu skutečně je možné, a není to pouhá fráze, o dekarbonizaci hovořit jako o příležitosti pro českou ekonomiku.
Třinecké železárny stojí vlastně na samotném milníku své další budoucnosti. Primárním projektem, který se týče dekarbonizace naší společnosti, je instalování elektrického blokové pece namísto jedné z vysokých pecí. Obecně bez podpory státu, regionu nebudeme schopni dosáhnout této transformace tak, jak máme v plánu.
Je nejvyšší čas, pakli ne 5 minut po 12. se zamyslet nad tím, jak Evropa co nejvíce dokáže omezit závislost na fosilních palivech. Jaderná energetika je jediný nízkoemisní zdroj, který je schopen poskytnout stabilní, předvídatelné dodávky. Budoucnost energetiky v České republice, v Evropě spočívá v kombinaci jaderných elektráren a obnovitelných zdrojů.
Přechod na zelenou ekonomiku je pro Českou republiku obrovskou výzvou, ale i příležitostí pro český průmysl, české firmy, protože jako průmyslová země máme výhodu, že jsme schopni vyvinout a vyrábět technologie, které pomohou snížení skleníkových plynů v České republice a v celé Evropě. Česká vláda je připravena pomoci tomuto přechodu a tomuto transferu, protože bude investičně velice náročný. Jako příklad bych uvedl modernizační fond, kde je připraveno až 500 miliard korun do roku 2030 právě na tyto opatření a na tyto technologie. Rovněž chci zdůraznit, že se pracuje na strategických dokumentech v této oblasti, aktualizace státní energetické koncepce, která má se více zaměřit na obnovitelné zdroje a jadernou energetiku a nastínit v letech, jak se bude právě měnit energetický mix, a rovněž politika ochrany klimatu, která dává jasná opatření a jasné cíle a jasný postup, jak snížit skleníkové plyny a vůbec emise v České republice.
Kroky této a několika příštích vlád předurčí ekonomickou situaci České republiky na desítky let dopředu. Pokud se nám nepodaří nastavit správný kurz již teď, budeme nuceni udělat to později s vyššími celkovými náklady a připravíme se o velkou část možného růstu ekonomiky. Příštích několik let rozhodne o vítězných zemích, které budou poskytovat svým občanům vyšší kvalitu života. Udělejme vše proto, aby Česká republika byla mezi nimi.
Co jsou české firmy a stát připraveni udělat proto?
What are the Czech companies and the Czech Republic ready to do in order for the Czech Republic not to be dependent on imports and to remain one of the leaders? We are going to discuss about these topics with Karel Čermák, the CEO and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Česko, Jan Juchelka, CEO and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Komerční banka, Jana Matesova, economist, former Czech representative to the World Group, Jiří Švejcar, partner and associate director of Boston Consulting Group. Gentlemen, please be seated here, the lady in the middle. And I will have to apologize for the time being for the minister, Mr. Petr Haladík, who is participating in a discussion in the Chamber of Deputies. Let us hope that he will be able to join us later.
Vy se opět můžete...
Again, you can ask your questions through Slido. I was hoping that everybody will be seated on this side and that the minister will take the last chair there, but let's hope that he will come and then he will take this chair next to me. I'll stay with the lady. Jana Matesová will offer the global stance. I know that you have read the whole study of Boston Consulting Group about the transition towards a green economy and that we have to work more not to miss the opportunity. But recently you have said that we are not on the right course and that we will not succeed with the transformation. Why? What do we need to change? What should we remember from the study in particular? Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. Yes, indeed, I read the study from the first page to the last. The comment I made at that time was related to a specific situation that is very closely related to the transformation of the economy, be it green transformation or whatever type or nature of transformation we're talking about. My comment I made concerned our approach to patents, because 10 years ago, Czech companies, when asked why they have so few registered patents, the answer was, we need a unique European patent. That means the procedure would be done once and would be valid for the whole of the EU. It is ready. It entered into force this year. 17 countries joined this mechanism, but not the Czech Republic. Why? Because the actors involved in the area came to the conclusion that they didn't want it, that they wanted to wait and see. We will wait and see what's happening in the other countries of the EU, and if it works, then maybe one day we will join the mechanism. it was very disappointing for me because I expected the government or the prime minister to say enough, because if we wait and see, or if we are the person who doesn't join, who is not proactive, we will never become the best in the era. Here we are talking about a very important area where the Czech Republic could contribute a lot. And if we take the context of the shape of Czech economy, the Czech economy right now is the sick economy. It has been suffering from very high fever, which is the high inflation rate that is higher than elsewhere and is going down slower than in other countries of the developed world. And the other problem is a chronic illness. I would call it weak heart or kidney failure. And this chronic problem is the level of mandatory expense that for many, many years, for almost 25 years, has been so high that there is no much space for investment, investment in favor of growth or in favor of changing the structure of the economy. So no much space is left for this type of expense, and we have also large structural deficits in our budget. Unfortunately, the Czech economy grew old too quickly. The economic model that worked well in the period since the end of the 90s to the first years of the new millennium has become obsolete. And in recent years, its contribution to the GDP and to the growth, the contribution of each individual or each 1 crown invested in the economy is going down. So this is not changing, and it means that given the current structure of our economy that is based on the type of industry that we have right now, with very little share of our own innovation, of our own marketing, which are 2 important parts of the value chain where we generate most profit. So given this structure, we will not be able to trigger economic growth, and we wouldn't be able to do it even in a situation when we would say that Czech economy is dependent on the automotive industry that is in difficult situation right now. So if we talk about the money that we need for transformation, we said that it would be 3,200 billion that we would need. So this is something extra that we would need to invest by 2050. Czech also calculated that the expense in the energy sector would be 3 to 4 trillion. And somebody needs to finance that. And the study says 75% should be paid from the private sector, the rest from the national level or from the European level. We have a banker here, and my question for you is, are the banks ready to finance this transition, and under what conditions an investment in a technology would be considered as less risky? That means would deserve a better interest rate or better terms and conditions. First, let me thank Aspen Institute for the invitation to the conference focusing on values. And I'm happy that after the lunch we're going to talk about money, because this is the lubricant that we need in the economy, for the economy to create added value. I am sorry that we started with the lecture by Professor Halik, and now we are much more down to earth. Let me continue with what Jana Matesova has said. The Czech banking market has been supplying 4.4 trillion crowns, half to households, half to companies. The banks in the Czech Republic are very stable, and here the credit also goes to the Czech National Bank, that is the second most strict regulator in the world. And this capital is not used sufficiently to a certain degree. Czech banks also supply 80% of all the financing of Czech economy, so only 12% is supplied by other forms such as capital markets and so on. So it is the Czech banks that for many years have been the driving force behind innovation and new technologies, because the Czech banks are very accessible for the retail and corporate segment. So let me say that the Czech banking market is strong enough to help the Czech economy, to guide the Czech companies and Czech society through this probably most important transformation we have ever experienced. What is at stake? Czech economy needs to find its place in Europe, and Europe is playing a very important, and Europe is trying to find its place in the world. We, as the Czech Banking Association, for many years have been calling for an increase in the capital and in the National Development Bank. Maybe you remember the bank as the Czech Moravian Development Bank, its former name. The core business of this bank is to support small and medium companies in particular through some type of guarantee programs. So we want the bank to extend its portfolio. We want this bank to provide capital or some other level of financing in situations where other banks do not dare to offer financing. It has its sister banks in Germany, Italy, France, and so on. So the bank could create a multiplication effect for financing through banks or financing through capital markets. And the last figure from Europe to the Czech Republic, there is approximately 1,000 billion Czech crowns that should be invested wisely and smartly into the transformation, modernization, and increase of our competitiveness. So we have a unique opportunity at this period that will last for a couple of years only, till 2027 maybe, to lay the foundations for something that will determine how the Czech economy is evolving, whether it is in the middle of Europe or at the periphery of Europe. And then there are companies that should implement the transformation, such as ČEZ, the energy giant. ČEZ should supply green energy through a network, through a grid that will function, and you calculated that it would cost between 3 to 4 trillion Czech crowns in the future. So what do you need to be able to implement this strategy? Are companies ready to participate in the implementation of this transformation? And what do you need from the state? Great question. Thank you. I would also like to thank for the invitation. I am the former chair of Aspen, so I am very happy to be here, and I'm very happy to see how wonderful this conference is. Now, back to your question. I joined the macroeconomic position explained by Jana, but I'm a bit more optimistic at the level of real economy, because there is this hateful invasion of Russia. It changed the paradigm in the energy sector. We understood that energy is not only about economy, it is also about national security. We understood that we had to get rid of the Russian supplies. We understood it very quickly, and we implemented the new strategy successfully with the Czech government. But why I am optimistic? Last week, Honza Juchelka was elected the chairman of the Alliance for Emission-Free Future. I am the chair of the board of this alliance. When we launched the alliance, we had next to us 10 companies who shouldn't be there. People from the steel industry, from the iron industry, and all of them said very realistically, we understand that we need decarbonization. We have to decarbonize the energy sector, and I confirm we are ready to invest 100 billion Czech crowns into the decarbonization of our own portfolio. We understand that we need to build new renewable energy sources. Ursula von der Leyen participated at the Green Deal summit that we organized here in the Czech Republic, and the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic joined Green Deal. So this is good news at the political level. For us, it means that we need to decarbonize our own portfolio in record time. Today, we have also very good feedback from industrial companies. I'm not saying that they are fans of Green Deal, but they understand what happened after the Russian invasion. They understand that they need safe energy. They understand that they must not have dependency for steel industry. This is a big challenge, and they understand what the challenge is. They want to save money, they want to be independent, they want to be part of the decarbonization change, because today in the supply chain, industrial companies, consumers want companies to be decarbonized. Let me add here, yes, the industrialists want to get green energy. They want to decarbonize because first, the bank will not give them any money for any other project. Second, they see it is cheaper too, but at the same time they say, but we want to have stable supply of energy, and this is why we need the technology, and that means that we need to do huge investment. Now I'm turning to Jiří, because you calculated, I've already given the figure, but we can probably go deeper. In other words, what do we need and what is our advantage? Well, what are our chances? You have talked about gigafactories in the study. You said that we need at least 2 of them. Well, for the time being, we don't even have one. Small modular reactors that are not small, not modular, but they are reactors that should be able to replace the big electricity plants. You talk about software, hydrogen. So what are the real opportunities and how companies are ready for it?
Thank you for the invitation. I'll start with what's good. It's good to start with the positive side. So I'm very happy that ČEZ is working on the small modular reactors. I think that's great news. Once we manage to build up the supply chain, we can start exporting. It's very important that Czech companies do this. Whatever we produce here and then export will improve our GDP, but when we import things, it doesn't improve our GDP. So we really have to be trying to be the exporters. So it's great news in terms of the small modular reactors. And I'm happy about the Třinec steel factory that they want to change their furnaces because the furnaces are a big emission source. We are also one of the 2 countries using the modernization fund the best, around 15% so far, so that's great. And there are successes. Where the problem lies, however, is that as regards the gigafactories, the train has left the station, so to speak. Importing batteries for electric cars is not going to be good for our economy. And I also think that we could support the companies a little bit better. There is not enough certainty. I've recently spoken at a gathering of glass works factories, and it's not really clear which technologies are actually needed. The decarbonization technologies are not sold at commercially acceptable prices yet, and nobody has told them which of the technologies are best. And when I look at the modernization fund, how it supports the Czech industry, give me 30 seconds, I will give you the numbers or the facts. Now you can get money for energy savings in public buildings in Prague, efficient construction of schools, energy savings in protected buildings across the country, and the modernization of heating pipes across the country. So, you know, if as a company you want to invest in anything else, the state says, sorry, there's no call for projects, we can't give you any money, but here you have 4 of them. You know, companies are very hesitant about making investments. They don't want to find out 6 months down the road that there are subsidies. Okay, so companies are not motivated to invest without subsidies. The return on investment is not as good for now for it to work without a subsidy, or maybe a favorable loan. Well, it's hard to give you a blanket answer. Let's say we have up to 1 trillion crowns available from the EU by 2030, and it would be a pity not to use them. So everybody should chip in, and they will need loans. Jana Matesová. I'll follow up on what Mr. Juchelka has said already. For me, this is a key thing. And I will now set aside what ČEZ has been doing for a long time. The energy sector has been working on it, and it's a very big task. But let me set that aside. What I consider urgent is to start a public debate or reorient our public debate about the green economy. The general opinion of the general public is that the Green Deal has not been set up properly and that nothing works. So we need to change that. We need to change the rhetoric very fast. It is very urgent. Yesterday was too late. It's a big opportunity for us, and we have to do it anyway. Yes, Europe has a small share of the world's carbon emissions, and yes, its commitment is big, but it's just the beginning. The whole world will follow down that path. We can be providers of these technologies. We can produce the software for them. And now we have a lot of money for that. So let's do that. And what we should also do right now, that's urgency number 2 from my point of view. Change will follow the money, and banks cannot do absolutely everything. They cannot finance everything because of the risk profile. So I think we should change the status and strengthen the National Development Bank. It should be as good as the biggest investment and development bank in the world, which is KfW in Germany. It was originally created for the Marshall Fund to be placed in there, and the bank cooperated with commercial banks, and it served as a buffer for the biggest wave of risk. It sort of protected commercial banks from risk. So you don't need to reinvent the wheel. The wheel already exists, and the German model is very good and could be used. There are other multinational banks, such as the European Investment Bank, for example. I had the honor to work in the World Bank. The World Bank has its IFC, the International Finance Corporation. So we have role models. They are available, but we need to draw on the EU money that is here. We wasted so much EU money on subsidies. It was not necessary to use all this money through subsidies. We could have used the money as an investment that actually has a return. We could have used those tools better. We could have tied them to commercial loans. So let's do it now. We have 3,200 billion crowns, and we should use them up. With the KfW, that old German bank, it still is using the returns from the original Marshall Fund investment. The returns keep flowing in. So as soon as you get across the first big risky period that there is, of course, then it will be better. And these projects in the energy sector will get more and more certain as we go along. Then you can securitize it better. And we will have pension funds, for example, getting involved because they can finance it through securitization. So this is how the money will come back for the further financing of transformation. So again, as I said, let's not reinvent the wheel, but we need to do this fast. Okay, Jan Uchelka wanted to react, Kamil Čermák as well. Let me add that one of the stages of the development of this country should be to wean ourselves off of subsidies, because we will no longer be a net recipient of money from the EU. And we should really learn how to use financial tools properly. So the relatively free money coming from the EU should be used as capital for projects through a smart institution such as the National Development Bank, and then we should tie other types of financing to that, be it from private capital or the Czech state budgets. When we now provide loans to Czech businesses, 53 to 54% of investment loans are ESG eligible. And with each such loan, you need to have traceability, measurability. All these things have to be reported, and the rules are increasingly more stringent, both for the capital markets and for the regulator. In the Czech Republic, we have a relatively robust database of energy labels, and you can base your pricing on that. Thank you for the comment that we should wean ourselves off of subsidies. It's great that there is a tool which is not a subsidy, but can give you the much-needed support when things are risky at the beginning. I would also like to comment on this. There are important projects here today done without subsidies. Škoda Auto representatives recently said that all of their roofs are covered in photovoltaic panels. It will be up to 5 megawatts. This is the biggest project of its kind in the Czech Republic, and they did it without subsidies. So that's good. Then there are other projects, hundreds of millions or even billions of crowns, that will not be possible without European incentives. And this is where the National Development Bank needs to be set up. Our colleagues from the Třinec Steelworks, when he was speaking about the electric furnaces, that's a very complicated thing. It costs dozens of billions of crowns. And the same for the glassworks. Their technology, their cleaner technology, is also expensive. Jana and I both like the Anglo-Saxon world, and I like to say here that America uses incentives, but Europe likes to over-regulate things. That's the difference between us. But I trust that the real economy, the real business will always find its way forward. And of course, you also need political leadership. In the past, we had politicians who were not fans of this. And right now, we did a survey among Czech population about Green Deal. We asked people on the street what they think about Green Deal, and 70% of the people said they will ban our combustion engines. Brussels is going to ban combustion engines. So this narrative is very risky. It can be abused. But Czech industrialists know that the opposite is true, that they have to hop on this train. They have to use these incentives, otherwise they will have a big problem, because The Czech Republic is a small, open, export-oriented economy. So luckily the narrative is starting to change. What we call Green Deal, renewables, etc. It is fundamentally supported by the main actors in the Czech economy. If you allow me, I think that part of this panel should also be to scrape off the layers of information that are maybe not entirely correct. This is just a European game as part of the US Inflation Reduction Act, which is worth around $819 billion US. There are 369 billion worth of investments in the decarbonization of industry. There are incentives for investors and also support for end users. So there are tax incentives, tax deductions, incentives for employing local people in your business, and also, as I said, end user incentives. Toyota has announced a biggest single investment in a gigafactory. It's an investment of $8 billion US. Thank you for mentioning this. Yes, Europe is afraid of this because USA already has lower energy prices, so companies have money for investments. And now Germany came up and said, okay, we want to have our companies to have enough money for investments too. So how fast does the Czech Republic have to react to not stay behind in the passive scenario that we have outlined in our study, the scenario of maybe our GDP going down? So could we be at least reactive, if not progressive? Jana has suggested it already. We like to lurk around, wait and see. Have we not missed our chance? Hopefully not. As I said, this is a zero-sum game. 70% of our GDP is exports. 80% of that goes to the EU. So waiting around is not a good strategy. You said that Green Deal is perceived negatively among the general population. I mean, it's like the curvature of the bananas. It's a meme that was, it was spread in the past. It's part of the general culture. Whenever somebody comes and says, I have to do this, I have been told by the government to do it, people sometimes are against it, so you have to gain their trust. It's too bad that the Minister of the Environment is not here, but the government has just published its economic strategy, and it says that energy might be produced from coal even in 2050, but I've recently been to a conference where Czech was telling a completely different story. So it's not really synchronized, and we really need a clear vision. We wrote our study at the beginning of the year, so 10 months ago, and there has been some progress, but only in areas that are decentralized, where companies can make changes themselves. As soon as you have a central topic, such as bigger investments in innovations and R&D, things have not moved ahead. We don't have coordination programs. We don't have a clear coordination role. So what exactly do we need? How much detail do we want from our politicians? Okay, we want vision and priorities, and they speak about it. So what specifically do we want from them? It's one thing from me. They must be easily comprehensible and predictable for the companies. Oh, and finally, the minister has arrived, Mr. Petr Hladík, straight from the Chamber of Deputies. Thank you for having come, Minister. So I'll let you sit down, and I think you'll very quickly grasp the main topic of our discussion. You've heard already. Okay, great. So here's your microphone. So will say what we want the government to do in this area so that we can move forward. Go ahead. Well, if you've heard what I said before, I said that the government is not legible, it's not really transparent. We want more harmonization between individual ministries and better cooperation with CEZ, so that we know how the green transition is going to happen in this country, including related subsidy programs. The industry is waiting around because they don't know what will happen. They don't want to act now and then realize in a year that there will be subsidies that they could use. So Jana Matesova or Jan Juchelka maybe could also comment on, or they both talked about the National Development Bank. We spoke about its importance in supporting riskier investments, maybe even without subsidies. Would you add something? Yeah, I will. We need it. The transformation will not be financeable without it. We need a national development bank like the KfW in Germany, so that the money from the EU that is distributed through subsidies, or maybe this could also include money from the government, from the budget. Our strategy has 4 billion crowns allocated for the green economy. So this should also attract more private money. And on the capital markets, the bank could securitize this and then bring it back to the economy, and we need to do it right now. So the transformation of the National Development Bank is absolutely necessary because we don't have much time for the transformation. I would hope that this is something that can be done within a few months. So it's your task. It's also the task of the Ministry of Industry and Trade, of course. This is about harmonization between ministries. We know it's hard. What do you say in general about the study that says that we still have a chance, we can still be leaders in one sector or more of the green transition, but we need to have a clear vision and we need tools to support it? Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm sorry that I couldn't come at the beginning of the panel. I had to be in a house meeting on energy. Because I'm a politician, I have to start with a political context, and our context is simple. For 20 years, we've had two presidents here who, one of them said that climate change might not even exist, and the second one ridiculed it. And it influenced the company, the society and companies, everybody in the country. So now we have a certain mentality ingrained in us, the mentality of questioning whether climate change is even going on, questioning if it even makes sense, questioning what they do in Brussels, and thinking that we can just ignore it, that it doesn't concern us. And all this waiting around means that we will not be competitive in certain sectors. The Czech mentality of always dividing us and Brussels, or us and Europe, must change to we are Europe. We are part of Europe.
And this is one of the important messages of the current government. We are not criticizing the proposals coming from the EU. We say what we want to implement We always say what we want from each file, from each proposal. We are not always able to implement the Czech position, but I can give you examples of situations when we were able to defend our position, even despite the opposition of the big countries. If I may say, do we really need to rely all the time on Brussels? Couldn't we simply say, we want this and we will do it? We can, definitely. But I have to say that I'm very grateful for this study. And the government always takes studies and data into account. In cooperation with the Ministry of Industry and Trade, we prepared the Climatical and Energy Plan, a roadmap by 2030 with the perspective of having a complete decarbonization by 2050. And we translated it into the investment needs of the different segments and of the whole market. It is 3.5 thousand billion that we need to invest by 2030, of which 1.5 thousand billion must go or must come from external sources. I use the word external on purpose. 2/3 of this would be covered from the returns from carbon credits, and the remaining 1/3 will come from a public source. And the only possibility is the transformation of the National Development Bank. The Minister of Finance, together with his colleague, is working on it. And starting on the 1st of January 2025, we want to have a transformed National Development Bank. Without this, it will not be possible. We understand it, and we say clearly that the objective of the government is to have a transformed National Development Bank as from the 1st of January 2025 to help both the private and the public sector. And then the next period, during the last period, it is the last period when we have so big structural funds compared to our GDP. So this is this period when we need to switch from subsidies to financial tools, so that we must have the combination of the two, so that in many segments we are ready for the situation after 2027, when some sources will not be available anymore. I'm happy to hear that, because you haven't heard when Jan Juchelka mentioned it at the beginning of the discussion, because this is what he said: we must stop relying on these sources. No, I'm happy that you're saying the same, because you understand the importance of this. We ministers, we are normal people who live down to earth. Well, it's sometimes good to see that it is indeed true that you are like ordinary people. Thank you. That you are very down to earth. I apologize. I have a question. So I use a question from the audience. In the new alliance, you talk about the necessity to decarbonize. What are the specific means most suitable for the Czech Republic? Give us specific examples and say us, what are the priorities? We will not have money for everything. So what are the priorities? Well, money will not be available for everything. Of course, I agree. And what is at stake now is to activate the capital both on the public sector side and the private sector side. And the government is there to set the rules, to set the incentives, to develop important institutions such as the National Development Bank, and then let creativity and innovation develop at the private market. I believe that Czech industry will find its own way. I am sure that your supply chains will dictate the business model for you, will dictate your ESG policy for you, so that you can remain in the supply chain. And what are the parameters to assess whether the project or the investment is ESG eligible or green? Well, I could start throwing at you the abbreviations of different regulations from the banking sector that are the same in the automotive sector and so on. But we also want to be down to earth. The Czech Banking Association distributed a questionnaire to Czech companies, and we distributed the questionnaire to Czech banks, and the advantage is that we were able to collect information from all the 40 banks operating in the Czech market, because it is for the Czech business. And this is what Czech government should do, to get rid of bureaucracy, to set incentives so that everyone can find the best way that leads to the future success. If there is not enough money from the private or public sector, it is possible, but we must not rest, because otherwise we will miss the opportunity and the Czech Republic will be at the periphery, and our only competitive advantage will be cheap labor, which will paralyze us forever. And Société Générale Group by 2025 will finance directly or indirectly project worth 300 billion euros. These will be ESG eligible projects. They even have a consultancy team composed of best scientists who give advice to Société Générale, and they set up also a fund with 1 billion where the clients will able to go and use this money for the riskier part of their investment or business. We are the nation of Professor Křížík, and we understand what innovation means. Křížík invented electric car 100 years ago, and it was well ahead of his times. Kamil, if you want to react. Let me add something to what Honza said. We are talking about real economy, and we have a minister who is a fan of the economy. We have a joint project between KB and Česko. There are companies, small and medium-sized companies, that want to have a say in this. And then we have Onsemi, an alliance partner. It is a brand that I do not need to highlight here. It is a company in Rožnov that is waiting for a 2 billion investment from its American investor. And if it is successful, there is incredible. You have a company in Rožnov where they have all the nationalities of the world. 70% of the staff are university graduates. And if they receive $2 billion for the investment, they will be able to involve Czech companies, and the Czech companies will help this company to become decarbonized. And if we have the good economic framework and good support, it will happen quite quickly. And yes, unfortunately, because of the previous decade, because of the previous presidents and so on, we lost a lot of time. And today, when we talk about solar boom and so on, we are starting from very low levels. Countries around us are much further than us, so we have to catch up the developed Europe, which includes Poland and countries in our neighborhood. If I may, we talk about human capital also, because this is also something that is not so bright in the Czech Republic. Population is aging, people do not have the relevant education. And we also have to change the stance to education. We have to change the way we train and prepare our people. And hand in hand with it, we need to support innovation, research and development. Mr. Wichterle was the inventor of the lens for eyes, and it's about the great potential that we have to use. We have to encourage people who want to change the world to stay here rather than going to the US, to US universities or US companies. For us to keep the people, we need to have a clear vision. we will need 200,000 experts globally if we want to achieve the targets we set for ourselves in nuclear energy. And this is the example of the Czech Republic. We need technology, we need innovations, but the young people, if they do not have the vision of the future, then they will not stay. My question then is the government able to clearly say what are the priorities and adopt specific measures in order for these priorities to be implemented? Again, I join the previous speakers. I do not believe that it is only the task of the government. We do not have an economy that is based on central planning or economy that would be planning in 5 years periods, but we need to promote technology, know-how that we already have or that we need to develop, and we do it. We are an industrialized country, and we want to stay an industrial country. But when we say industry, we do not mean the chimney, the furnace. We need industry with robots, state-of-the-art experts, and high salaries. But this mainstream is not present here. What we have is the chimney, the low wage, and the furnaces. This is how many parents of secondary school students imagine when we say industry. But we have to show the industry as it will be. This is one thing. And second, we also have to focus on the technologies of the future. We have 200,000 heat pumps produced in the Czech Republic, but we need 1 million of them, and this is the solution. How do you know that we produce 200 windmills in the Czech Republic, and we export them all? And there are many other sectors that are the sectors of the future, because there are markets, there are customers for it. It can be chips or batteries. The government will not let lithium to be exported, but we will do from mining to the production of batteries. This is our clear message, and I could give you examples in many other segments. I understand that we are in a challenging situation right now. We always say where we are not good, where we are lagging behind, but sometimes we also have to say where we are doing well, because we shouldn't have the spleen, or we shouldn't feel down all the time. That is why I'm giving some of these positive examples. But your question was about education. And here, maybe the academia may not like it, but this fact that the education is not closely connected to business, what we need is on demand. There must be clear association between the offer in the education sector and the need of business. And this is what is missing. We need to establish this link or this association between the two. It was criticized at the moment when the Minister of Education announced such an intention. What we need are, in inverted commas, professional universities. There must be a specific link between schools and industrial sectors. We need to make sure that the needs of the employers are translated in the educational sector too. So this is the way that the government wants to take. There is one question from the previous block, and if I may, I'll raise it. We have here young people, and I hope it was one of them who asks this question. The question is why the young people are not present in the discussion about the future. But the minister is very young. He is a politician. He participates in the discussion. But if you may react to this question, I would appreciate it. So to react to what you have said, clear communication from the government to the public, this is missing. Why? Specific points that we are good. We hear it sometimes that we have things where we work already and that we will say clearly, this is what we want to happen, this is what we want our schools to do, this is how companies should function. But somebody is saying that this is not what we see. The communication is not that clear in practice. Again, a young person with a microphone and participating in our discussion here. I apologize. I feel very young, but some people may say that I'm not that young anymore, but it's a different topic, of course. Communication of the government, how the communication of the government is transposed through mainstream media. They are the major conveyors of the messages of the government towards the public. The government does not control mainstream media. The government does not shape the messages conveyed by the media. But it's not very popular to write about concrete decisions, concrete measures. What is popular is to create affairs and to talk about problems. And that is why we want to use direct communication with the different sectors. That is why we organize conferences, trainings, including social networks. I understand it, I accept that the government is still lagging behind here, but we are not in an oligarchy here. We do not have a country with one powerful representative who would interpret and dictate everything from universities to the tractors that we are going to buy. We don't have it, and it's, of course, excellent for us, for our civic society, and for our future. We do not want to have a society that would be structured in this way, because the lesson from the history is that if we have one single personality, one single vision, or one single opinion, it is the road down to hell. This was Petr Hladík. Let me thank Kamil Čermák, Jan Juchelka, Jana Matesová, Jiří Švejcar. I also thank you for your questions. And let me say that the question concerning the presence of the young people, it is something that I appreciate very much in the events organized by Aspen, because there are always the young present, and quite often they are also on the stage. But I understand once we are over 30, we go to the banking sector, you will change the world for the better. You do not need to go to conferences, and despite that, you will change the world. Thank you. Thank you. Now we will have a break, and we will continue with this topic because we're going to talk about education, and we shall resume at 13:50, 10 to 2. Thank you.
Krásné odpoledne, dámy a pánové, krásné
Good
odpoledne.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon from the Prague crossroads. You are still watching the Aspen Annual Conference 2023. The name of the following panel expresses what the study resulted in, and that is that success in education lies in cooperation between school principals and statutory authorities. It is good when school principals have time to work with their colleagues and with children. It is good when schools are tied to affordable housing and services provided by NGOs. And more information about how we can have more successful educational outcomes will be shared by Karel Gargulák.
Český vzdělávací systém je mimořádně rozdrobený. Tisíce škol a jejich zřizovatelů mají často problém skutečně pomoci každému dítěti, aby maximálně rozvinulo svůj potenciál a talent. V systému schází jasná odpovědnost za kvalitu a výsledky vzdělávání ve všech školách, v obcích i v regionech. To způsobuje nárůst nerovnosti mezi samotnými školami a žáky. Tento fenomén popisují mnohé mezinárodní studie, domácí data, která hovoří o násobně menší šanci uspět ve vzdělávání a následně v životě u dětí ze sociálně znevýhodněného prostředí a chudých regionů. Takto Česká republika ztrácí mnoho lidského potenciálu pro ekonomiku a společnost a hlavně desítky miliard korun v příjmech veřejných rozpočtů, zvýšených nákladů na sociální systém, zdravotní systém a další oblasti. Naše studie přináší vhled do dvou světů úspěchů ve vzdělávání. Nejprve míříme na Kadaňsko. Zde se daří řešit problémy s bydlením a exekucemi. O znevýhodněné děti pečují sociálně aktivizační služby i samotné školy. Daří se tak naplňovat základní potřeby znevýhodněných dětí, u kterých se zvyšuje docházka do mateřských i základních škol a snižují se vzdělávací problémy. Druhým případem jsou Luhačovice a okolí, které představují univerzální návod na zvýšení kvality vzdělávání. Ředitelé zde nastavují bezpečné prostředí pro reflexi výuky a zavádění nových výukových metod. To vše podporuje zřizovatel pomocí snižování administrativní zátěže, aby z ředitelů nebyli jen správci budovy.
Škola a zřizovatel jsou dva spolupracující subjekty, které mají společný cíl. Tím cílem je poskytovat žákům kvalitní vzdělání. Abychom tento cíl mohli společně naplňovat, je nezbytné, aby mezi oběma subjekty panovala vzájemná důvěra a respekt. Primární úlohou zřizovatele vůči školy je zajistit a poskytnout dostatečné materiální zázemí, které umožní pedagogům realizovat efektivně vyučovací proces v moderně zařízených a vybavených učebnách a žákům příjemné a podnětné prostředí. Abych to shrnula, obrazně řečeno, jsme na jedné lodi. A zřizovatel je tím, kdo tu loď postaví a udržuje, aby se nepotopila. A škola nebo ředitel třímá to kormidlo a udržuje správný kurz.
Afričané říkají, že k výchově dítěte je potřeba celá vesnice a samozřejmě to platí u nás, ale my to máme složitější těmi formálními strukturami a zřizovatelskými kompetencemi. Takže já myslím, že máme řadu příkladů dobré praxe, ale nedá se říct, že by to v tuhle chvíli byl nějaký systém národní a to bychom měli měnit.
Co je pro mě důležitým základem spolupráce mezi zřizovateli a vedením škol a taky poskytovateli neformálního vzdělávání, je to, aby mezi nimi byla důvěra. Protože každý nese nějakou svoji roli a jsou poměrně v ní osamocený a podpora třeba z ministerstva je poměrně daleko. Takže důvěra, že si můžeme navzájem pomoct, že můžeme společně táhnout za jeden provaz. Taky tam vidím jako podporu v tvoření nějaké sdílené vize, protože ta vize znamená, budujeme nějakou školu, kterou chceme u sebe v obci, u sebe ve městě. Chodí tam do školy děti a chodí tam velmi jako rádi. To mi přijde hodně důležité. A pak takový to koření každodenního života je opravdu pravidelná komunikace. Nečekat na ty formální místa, kde se potkávají tyhle skupiny, ale opravdu pravidelně spolu komunikovat o tom, co se děje. A poslední úplně věc, která mi přijde důležitá, chuť se stále učit. Jsme v 21. století, neustále přicházejí nové výzvy a tohle mi přijde obrovsky důležité, aby jsme nezůstávali zakotvený rigidně ve svých rolích, ale fakt se společně měli chuť učit, jak ten systém zlepšit.
Cestou k řešení složitého výchozího stavu je především spolupráce, vyhledávání a sdílení dobré praxe ve zlepšování výsledků vzdělávání. A to nejen mezi školami, ale i samotnými zřizovateli a dalšími službami kolem škol. Do budoucna budeme muset hledat nové cesty k tomu, jak nastavit řízení a správu vzdělávacího systému, a to tak, aby někdo zcela jasně garantoval vysokou kvalitu výuky a podporu všech dětí ve všech školách v každém regionu České republice.
K výchově dítěte je potřeba celé.
It takes a village to raise a child. That's what they say not just in Africa, but it is true in the Czech Republic as well. What can we do to make sure children are happy at school, to make sure they don't drop out, to make sure their educational outcomes are good? So please let me welcome our panelists, Přemysl Janeček, school principal at the primary school in Pozlovice, Jiří Kulhánek, the first deputy governor of the Ústí nad Labem region, Erika Zelenková, head teacher at the Four Leaf Clover preschool in Kadaň, Robert Plaga, the chairman of the National Accreditation Bureau for Higher Education, and Jan Zeman, an analyst at PAQ Research. Welcome.
Dobrý den, já začnu.
Good afternoon. I'll start with those who are in schools, so I'll start with the head teacher of a primary school. Your school has unusually good results. What's important for a head teacher to have to help children achieve better outcomes? There are several factors of this. It's the relationship with the founding body. That is true. You need to have an entity for whom your school is a real priority, not just a theoretical priority. And we're lucky that in the Luhačovice region we have a very good founding body who cares about us. You also have to support parents. Our parents are active, motivated, and they want to know how well their children do at school. And when we need help with an event, for example, our parents are more than happy to help. There are no issues with that. And last but not least, we need high-quality teachers. Without them, it would not be possible. And they will come to your school when they know that they will be able to teach well. What about Erika Zelenková, the head teacher of a preschool in Kadaň? What do you think? The results of your preschool are also higher than the results in comparable towns. So how do you do it? Because in Kadaň there are more socially disadvantaged people than in the town of Pozlovice, close to Luhačovice. And our PAQ study says that it is good to have as many children as possible in preschools at the age of 3 and higher. So how do you make sure that you get those high numbers in your preschool? How do you work with parents? For me, the most important thing is to know where we're going. And as soon as I know where my ship is headed, I know that I have the parents' trust, and I can go there. So I can ask parents what they need. I can map their needs. And most importantly, I need to know what the children are like, what they will need from our preschool. And as soon as we know what our children need, we get ready for the situation. And together with my colleagues, my teachers and other assistants at school, and also together with the founding body and other expert workplaces, we join forces and then we do good. Okay, so a very wide cooperation is needed. By the way, I need to excuse the education minister, Mikuláš Bek, who was supposed to be here, but he has fallen ill and he couldn't come. But I trust that he is watching online at least, listening to what we're saying here. Because we have many people who work in the field, so to speak, here. And one of them is Jiří Kulhánek, who used to be the mayor of Kadaň. He worked there as a mayor for 20 years until last year. Then you passed it on to younger people. And my question is, who should the municipality listen to, and what's the role of the region where you're now responsible for social affairs? Well, on behalf of the Ústí region, let me share a few things about our education. Unfortunately, we rank first in the number of dropouts. 14% of our children do not finish mandatory education, which is by the age of 15, and 16% drop out of high school, any type of high school, including vocational schools. So that's 30%. 30% of our young people have lower education than a completed high school. And I don't want to go into too much detail here. That would be for another conference, maybe on disadvantaged city districts. But anyway, how do we do it in Kadaň? We adopted a global approach from preschools to high schools. And the first thing we provided to the people there was affordable housing. If children do not have affordable housing, they cannot really get ready for school, and then it spirals down from there. So we provided housing to people. We worked with them through NGOs, and then they reached a second level where children were going to school. Their parents were paying off their debts, again in cooperation with NGOs. And then they reached the third level, which means they were able to get regular housing for themselves. And over all that time, children were going to school. Then we also introduced special classes in our high school. We call them E-classes. It was an agricultural high school, and together with the head teacher, we agreed on 2 E programs for masons and gardeners. And we got children who otherwise would have gone to the employment office already, who would have just reached out their hand for a social benefit. So we took them back from the employment office and back into the educational system. We did that 15 years ago, and the program is wonderful. Every year we have 15 to 20 graduates. They serve as role models, and children from disadvantaged areas of the town go there. That's why the educational outcomes of Kadaň are so good. And we started preschools. We make sure they go to preschools at the age of 3 already, not 5. And that's why we've been going up. And at the regional office, where I'm responsible for social affairs, I try to pass on examples of good practice to my colleagues. Okay, and when we see these examples of good practice, I already have another question for you, but I'll keep it for later. And of course, the question will be about how long it takes, and that you cannot see the results within the 4 years of a political mandate. But now, when I see the former education minister here, Mr. Plaga, let me ask him, we see that things are possible. How do we transfer this to other parts of the country? Well, if I were here as a minister, I would tell you that the middle link of the chain is the most important, that a support system is the most important. That's what I believed in. But over time, I've come to believe in something else. I think the governance system is more important than just the support, be it support from the ministry, the National Pedagogical Institute, or whatever. In a fragmented system, as the video said, because our educational system is in the top 3 of the most autonomous systems in Europe. There really only is methodical support from the ministry, and we had many discussions about the splitting of competences. So anyway, all the positive results are about cooperation between the individual actors. My dream as a minister was to just share best practice and share it all across the country, and everybody would just jump right at it and adopt it. But reality has shown that, you know, in 4 regions they had a very clever counselor for education. In other regions it was not a priority for them, and in other regions they didn't even consider it a priority, even though their data were bad. So I think this is actually a problem of government as a whole in the Czech Republic. We are too fragmented. There are too many types of schools. And I don't think we can just manage it bottom up. I think it will pay off. And education costs us 260 billion crowns every year. I think that we should take some of that money to introduce a system, to introduce tools for managing the system at the level of the individual towns. We should manage the activities of the actors who can actively participate in educational success. Okay, Jan Zeman has just listened to this example from practice. You have done the study. You worked with the data. Who should be responsible for this? The ministry, the region, the municipality? Well, we're right at the beginning of this. If I were to say who should be responsible in 2 sentences, I wouldn't be able to. It's not realistic. And I will be repeating the numbers very often. At PAQ, we have found out do you know how many founding bodies there are? 2,600. 2,600 municipalities, and 90% of those municipalities are the founding body of 1 school. So we have 2,600 bosses, and I know they mostly care about the operational part of things. If we told them to care about the educational failures, you know, we don't have the experts to do it. We don't have 2,600 experts in education. That's why it's hard. That's why we don't know whether we should move it to a different level maybe, and maybe change it slightly. So who will do this? There are many pilots. Partnership 2023, the middle link of the ministry, and I am optimistic that we will achieve our goal. But right now, the way it's set, we have a wonderful example from Kadaň and Litvinov, but they only take care of their own schools. And if they do very well, maybe they could spread their expertise and help with other schools. Okay, so you want to take the expert who's doing well and give them more schools to take care of from the whole wide area. Those of you who are field workers, so to speak, who came up with the initiative, who said, let's cooperate across the educational landscape? And what was the hardest thing about kickstarting this? Yes, I guess it's you have to start. I wanted to say about the responsibility. The responsibility is defined by the law. The roles are allotted. And if you are an enlightened mayor, you have to act. My original education is as a teacher. So for me, it was quite natural to organize the meetings with teachers and all the experts in education. And even at the regional level, I'm not just a passive gearbox, so to speak. We organize meetings with mayors, meetings between mayors and regional councillors, and we share best practices. And then when I see that somebody wants to apply and practice what we did in Kadaň, I meet with them in their town, and then they do it. The town of Obrnice is an interesting example. It's a small town right next to the city of Most, and they have the biggest share of the Roma population in the whole country, I think, per capita. And we also introduced those e-classes, so to speak, practical classes. The program started in September and it's on. But the responsibility is on the municipalities and on the head teachers of the individual schools. I'll follow up on the deputy here. He's the person who 10 years ago appointed me as head teacher of this preschool. And as regards the cooperation between individual educational actors in Kadaň, I would like to appreciate what the former mayor did. He created an official platform for us to be able to meet, and he also created an environment for us head teachers of preschools, primary schools, and other organizations founded by the municipality of Kadaň. So we have the opportunity to meet. We can meet regularly. There are formal and informal meetings as well. The informal meetings are always pleasant. It's a good place for us to share not only the bad, but also the good. It has been said here that we have many schools, but we have children in those schools. And today, we know what the quality of the individual schools is, and I don't see it that badly. I don't think the scenario should be that dark. There are many good quality schools in our country. It doesn't matter whether it's a school from a big city or a small town. There are good schools. I meet with a number of colleagues regularly. We share our expertise, and thanks to that, we keep evolving. Robert Plaga. I was certainly not trying to be the devil here, paint a black picture. So let me clarify. Here, we don't have to have a discussion about the importance of education. Everybody knows education is important. In this conference here, everybody knows that this is what will help our country develop. But we need to get this information, this conviction of the importance of education, even to places where the head teacher is maybe not as good, or the mayor. You cannot just rely on the positive wave flowing everywhere. You need it to. You need to be a little bit active. And it doesn't matter whether it's the ministry who does it, but in general, the government should take care of it and should impact the situation in areas that are not as enlightened, or in areas where elections were suddenly changed, the elected representatives, and they might not consider it a priority. So that's what I wanted to say. I didn't want to say that everything is bad and there are no examples of good practice.
What about Kozlovice? What about Luhačovice? Who came with the initiative, or who is the driving force behind the initiative, behind the results you have achieved? Is it important to get the support from the municipality, or do you need larger support from the region, from the ministry? I think that in our case, it is about the individual authorities. We are two small schools we are either kindergartens or just the first level of primary schools. So there are smaller schools managed by smaller municipalities. So in our case, it is all about the founders of the. And what is also important for us are the parents. We have no problem or no fundamental problems with truancy. We have no problem with the communication with parents. And that question, who is the one who should be responsible? Now, it is the head teacher or the principal who is responsible for his or her school. I remember when I was attending the recruitment interview, the question was, what is the principal of a school responsible for? And the answer is very simple for everything. The founding authority also has some responsibility. It is defined in the law. The founder is also important. But when the school doesn't work, doesn't function properly, it can, of course, then determine the result of the elections, of the local elections. But it is important for the founder to understand his role. I was always lucky because we always had a great mayor. I think that the other schools in my region have also this luck, are also so fortunate. It's not always the case, but it is very important for the schools. Do you agree with the statement that it is the director or the principal who is responsible for the school? And what is the motivation of the founding authority to devote more efforts to the schools, to the education? Now I'm referring to your study, to your national surveys, and what you know about the schools and founding authorities. Well, the motivation may be either political, it should be value-based. Now the question is it always? The ideal situation would be if the founding authorities are interested in the schools, want to develop the schools, but in our opinion, because of the high number of schools, it may happen that the schools are not that fortunate and have the enlightened founder. I understand that if I ask the successful schools, if they want to be under the responsibility of the municipalities, they would definitely say yes. But if we go to the regions where the situation is worse, we see that the schools were unfortunate because there was one person who has the burnout or who doesn't do the work properly. And the law says, yes, this is possible, but now you have a specific solution. And I see in Kadaň they are doing well. Okay, it's very easy to say that, but how should I say to the lady at the municipal office that she should change her attitude because the school she is in charge of are not doing well? That's why I've been asking about motivation. Well, how to define the responsibility of the mayor, for instance? It is in the Act on Municipalities. The Act stipulates that the mayor is responsible for the schools in his or her municipality. And the motivation is simple. This is the charm of democracy. Every 4 years, we have even local elections. We have not only parliamentary elections. And if the mayor does not respect the schools, then what? People will vote for somebody else if it doesn't work in your municipality. Very often, when we talk about education, we often talk about parents, i.e. voters, but the parents can also communicate with school principals and help him or her. You wanted to say something, yes, because when we are talking about the founding authorities, the municipalities, it is a bit paradoxical. I'll give you some data. Whenever you ask anybody at any conference, there is always a reference to Finland at every conference on education. And the second point that is always mentioned is that each municipality or each village should have a pub, a school, and a church. And then when you look at the data and see what tax is earmarked for education, you will see that there are municipalities that give more money to schools than they receive from the budget. And then there are also municipalities that do not even give the money that is to be allotted to schools. So each founder, under the pressure or the risk of non-election, should take care of the schools. But it doesn't mean that the school will progress automatically. I'll be the devil's advocate here a little bit. Now we have here the examples of people who bring the value to the schools. But if you have in your locality a group of people for whom the education is not a real value, then they would not exercise pressure on the founder of the school, and the founder of the school will not be motivated to move the school forward. So I repeat, let us not believe that the examples of good practice will solve everything. But we simply need to define clearly the responsibilities, not only as the law stipulates it, but also the state must make sure that there will be the same standard of basic education for everyone in primary education, in preschool education. And here we need to find a tool at the level of the state. The state has to make sure that the state is able to distribute this service also to the localities where it is not the hot topic for the mayor, because the mayor knows that he or she will be elected on the basis of something else rather than success in education. I was hoping that we would hear about the long-term perspective, that it's not only the value, but also the financial contribution, financial advantage, because the municipality will not need to deal with socially excluded localities, because if the children are educated, they will grow up and they will not have to live in poverty. But it is a longer perspective, because children need more time to grow up, to be adults and use the result of their education. Now we have questions. There are functional systems, such as the Scandinavian countries, that we should copy, or are we not reinventing the wheel? Should we copy, or the response is simply the figure 2,600? Well, the answer is how to copy-paste it so that it corresponds to what we have here, because now we really have many municipalities, many schools. The number of schools, it's not such a problem. We rather need a more efficient system of management of these schools, but we need to find a solution that is politically realistic. In analysis, you can always find good solutions, but then you have to think about how in reality it is feasible. Right now, I think what is feasible is to create larger units, municipalities with extended powers, for instance, without closing anything or saying that the region will take care of everything. In Finland, they have much less municipalities, for instance. Yet that is why I was saying at the beginning that the whole public administration in the Czech Republic is not efficient. The size of municipalities is below the threshold of an efficient public administration. We have more than 1,000 municipalities who have less than 500 inhabitants. I think it's even 3,500 municipalities with less than 500. But we need to have a discussion where we say that investing 1 billion Czech crowns into a system where we have 250 billion as a budget, this is not the solution. We need to support the municipalities And if at each municipality you have 3 people in charge of education, then you end up with 600 or 700 people. And now the question is, are there so many experts in education? We can train them, of course. We can take successful school principals and use them as experts. But if the Ministry of Education says they want to introduce it to the system, and if it is interpreted as 600 or 700 new state or civil servants, then we will not move forward. But this is a solution that could help to disseminate the things that work elsewhere, and the return will be enormous. There will be no dropouts. There will be a society that is much better educated. But the ministry will have to say clearly, we want to do this, and it will cost that and that amount. But then the Ministry of Finance can say it's not possible because it is too much money. I'm always grateful for any study, be it PAQ research or anybody else who will come up with studies with data, and then it is the political decision that must be taken. You started with data, and now the question is why the founders do not use KPIs with school principals or any other assessment criteria. Do you have anything like that? Are school principals assessed on the basis of any clear criteria? Well, officially, there are no such criteria. The municipality always assesses on the basis of the outputs of the school. They know what the school is doing economically. Then they can also consult the reports of the Czech school inspections. So they can take this information to get a picture of how the school functions. And I suppose, obviously, that each founder visits the school to see the atmosphere. And there are many municipalities that are very small, and usually the municipalities know very well how the school works because everybody knows everybody in small municipalities. But I think that the system, when the municipality revokes a school principal, this is something that is not done in our system. And I think it's good that you cannot revoke a school principal just like that, because there could be a lot of bias. But I just wanted to say that the municipality does have information about the school. And also the municipality adopts the bonus for the head principal. In Kadaň, we have a system of criteria, mostly economic criteria, on the basis of which we give the bonus to the school principal. And we, of course, react to the report of the Czech School Inspectorate. Roger Plaga wanted to comment very quickly. The main approach of the founder was usually on the economics of the school. The school principal is the pedagogical leader of the school, but in the past it was not included in the criteria for assessment on the basis of the municipality. Today, now we are moving towards the to the proper management of schools. And because the system did not work properly, now the Ministry of Education prepared some criteria that focus on the non-economical criteria of school management, because we have heard that the founding authorities do not assess properly principals or school directors on the basis of their pedagogical outcomes. We have heard many examples or situations like that. And the Ministry of Education prepared a report, distributed it to 2,500 founding authorities, but again, only those who used to do it in the past use it. And given the total fragmentation of the system, the impact will always be limited. And that is why I believe that we really need to move forward to a system of management that is more methodological, where we have larger units, where it is easier to share good practices rather than distributing information to 2,600 people who also there is also some churn out. You wanted to react, yes. I just wanted you to imagine how it works. I map out good practices of founders. I talked to Mr. Mašek from Ostrava Poruba, and he has been there, and he has been trying to implement the system for 6 years. So he had to appoint the right committee that will assess the principles. They had to define the criteria. Then they had to send questionnaires to schools. The schools had to fill in the questionnaires. And the person explained this to me, and it was very, very difficult. So it's quite difficult to invent such a system. It is a little bit like reinventing the wheel. What about the schools where it works? You mean concerning the evaluation criteria for principals? Yes. In our case, we didn't have any criteria for the evaluation of schools or principals. This is the reality. But the second reality is that I am a representative of a smaller municipality, a smaller school, and indeed, we are in close contact with the mayor, and the mayor sees what's happening in the school. And it doesn't prevent the founder from evaluating the school, even if they do not have specific criteria. But you've been talking about the school in Ostrava, a bigger school, bigger founding authority, where there is probably not such a direct contact. So that's good if they have objective criteria. I am a teacher. I am a head teacher. And I would also like to continue with what Mr. Plaga said. I see and I understand that it would be good if the Ministry of Education really set the criteria or set the course for the school to take. And the ministry used to set the course. I myself, I was involved in a cooperation with the Czech school inspectorate. It was a project called High Quality School. It means that today that something has been triggered. We want to move towards quality, so it was started, and I can say that I, as a head teacher of a school, I had the possibility to evolve more towards high quality. I was appointed 10 years ago, and thanks to the support of the founding authority, thanks to the material resources provided by the founder, I was able to monitor what the ministry was saying. I was able to determine my own vision that would be in line with the vision of the Ministry of Education. And at the same time, I was able to study the study materials for the high-quality school project. And on the basis of this study, I was able to take decisions. So it means that I can react flexibly, not only to the demands of the parents and the local level, but I can also react to the needs of the child. And I was looking right and left during the discussion. So I would like to say that when we think about the middle level between the director and the clearly set vision. Before we start thinking about setting up such a middle level, let us have a look first what the good schools do, how they do it, and let's get inspiration from them. I am personally a person who not only likes to take inspiration from others, but I also am like to be the source of inspiration for others. And if we want to have high-quality schools, we should have the possibility to share examples of good practice. And thanks to the project of the Czech school inspection about what it is high-quality school, there was one thing that was missing, the standard of quality. And when we know where we want to get, then it is sufficient to help, to give a helping hand, and then it will be done. It may sound easy.
You wanted to react? I have a question here that seems quite fitting with respect to what has just been said. Isn't it time that the head teacher is appointed by the school council that includes the founding body and not just politicians? Looks like the politician is laughing at us. No, I was laughing that you called us the noblemen, us politicians. But anyway, the school council is composed of parents and the employees of the school too, and then the founding body. For some time, the law said that the school council can initiate the revocation of the head teacher. Now it's not there anymore, though. But I don't think it would be more objective than the current situation. Like my daughter got an F from maths, and I don't like the math teacher, so I'll talk to the other person on the council who's there on behalf of the parents, and we have a friend, the mayor is our friend, and then the head teacher is out. So I would stick to the current system of nobility, nobility deciding about it. Okay, let's stick with this issue. We have several questions here from the audience related to current budgetary cuts as part of the consolidation package introduced by the government. So I'll start with one thing that is maybe not that related to this, but let's ask, what should be the minimum number of pupils at a primary school so that the school is governed efficiently and it is economically efficient? How many classes do you have? Five classes, 90 pupils. We think we have a pretty good average per class, per grade, so that it is efficient. There are, of course, much smaller schools. And I don't think I can assess the efficiency of it or what the minimum number of pupils should be for the system to be efficient. I don't think I can say that. Is there a calculation? PAC Research, do you have something? We don't want to say any exact numbers because then schools might be worried that they will be cancelled. But based on the analysis we see, at 150 pupils, the governing body doesn't have to subsidize the running of the school. But it really depends on what the money is spent on. We strive to make things more efficient, not in terms of having more pupils per class, but all the other things. IT could be the operation of the school canteen, facility management. You know, sometimes head teachers tell me that before they start a remodeling project, they have to move the devices in the kitchen themselves, which is terrible. So let's not think about canceling children or teachers, but the services around it are very costly. Again, another question of the budgetary cuts as part of the consolidation package. Some schools started working on quality, and the ministry is now limiting the amount of money they can get for these innovations. There's this Czech indicator called PH Max, the number of lessons taught. So I think that I summarized all the questions I had here from the audience. Okay, I'll start and then we'll ask the head teachers. I think that the debate on whether cutting down on the maximum number of hours that is paid for by the government, whether we now have time, the right time for this debate or not. I mean, it hasn't been a problem for 2 years. Now we don't have enough money at the Education Ministry, which Daniel Munich's study proves. And the share of education expenses as per the ratio of GDP is getting smaller, and we're also cutting down on the number of non-pedagogical roles at schools, non-pedagogical jobs. So all of this is happening. So limiting the number of hours taught covered by the government doesn't make sense, I think. If I say I will cut it down to just the average number of hours, I am discriminating against everybody who is using more hours than the average. So, for example, tandem classes, split classes, all of those will be punished. So the reason is only financial, and it will decrease the quality of schools in our regions. That is clear. You cannot talk your way out of it. So the whole change in the financing of regional schools will be slowed down. And the debate about having to choose between raising wages and raising the number of people in the system, well, to be honest, we have more children in the system, so of course we have to pay for it. And now that brings me to the government's manifesto that we will try to get to the average of OECD countries, which is around 5.2% of GDP. For me, the ratio of education spending as per GDP should be the same, whether the economy is stagnating or growing or going down or whatever. As regards the maximum number of hours covered by the government, I was listening to a TV debate recently, and it said that some of the costs could be borne by the governing body. Okay, so if the governing body wants to maintain the quality of education, they will pay some money to cover for this. Well, our region is now as enlightened as our little town of Kadaň, and we looked at this figure at the regional level. We will take a look at it in November, and where it would be efficient for the region to pay for the extra hours, we will do it on top of the hours paid for by the central government. There's also this idea that regions and municipalities should pay for all the employees of a school that are not teachers. And if this happens, then of course, I think that municipalities and regions should have more money allocated from taxes to be able to cover for this. And the central government is not very good at managing public money, I have to say that. A very short reaction from you. My short reaction is that after the election, I was still a political deputy for some time, and we suggested this as a possibility, that all the non-teachers will be covered by the region or the municipality. I think it makes sense. But of course, it should be transparent. It should be fair if it happens. And I think the governing bodies will choose to do this. They will choose to pay for the extra hours, but it will be difficult for smaller schools, smaller governing bodies. I think that the operational cost should probably be borne by the organizing body, but it shouldn't be hidden. We shouldn't be transferring the responsibility for hours taught. We shouldn't be transferring it secretly to the organizing bodies. That is, of course, not true. So yes, let's have the organizing body pay for the operational expenses, but as regards the hours taught, that is up to the ministry to cover for it. We only have 10 minutes left. I wanted to say 5, but I was just testing you. We've been saying that cooperation with social services is very important, with services who know what the child needs to be able to go to school, so that the child doesn't have to worry about, well, it will sleep tonight or what it will eat for dinner. We need to focus on what the child needs because the child is talented, for example, and has some special talents. So can we maybe cut down on this because there's not enough money, or is it necessary? And I'm asking specifically about split hours of English and IT. Well, when you split the class, an English class, to 2 smaller parts, then of course it means that children can speak English more frequently during their class. So the quality of education should go up in that case. And I think that is why we did it. We talked about it with Ms. Zelenkova before we started. I think that it was set up very well. At first, we were a little worried about how it would work, but then we saw that, okay, we will really receive the money. It will work. We were not afraid to split classes. I think, and the financing is not tied to a specific number of pupils. There is a range, which helps us a lot, because at one point we had fewer pupils, so the organizing body had to subsidize our salaries, and we were worried about every child that we would lose them. And now we don't have to worry about it that much. Now when parents say, well, if you don't do it like that, I will take my child away, and we can finally tell them, okay, go ahead and do it. So we no longer have our hands tied. It has helped us, and we're coming back to where we were, where we want to be. We talked about this a lot at school. We think lowering the number of hours covered by the ministry is a bad step. Now, Ms. Zelenkova, let me follow up on this. In recent years, when we started to be financed not by the number of children that we have at our preschool, and I will be speaking more about the preschool than other schools, because sometimes I feel that preschools are forgotten in the whole debate about the educational system, despite the fact that they are very important for the healthy development of a child. So the gap between individual children is growing. And at our preschool, we have children from regular families, children from disadvantaged families, and those children need support. I'll give you an example. It can be a child with a cochlear implantate, so a child who is hard of hearing and they want to be included, or an autistic child. There are increasingly more children with a speech impediment, for example. And in the same class, you have highly talented children. As teacher, you have to work with a certain number of children, and you have to provide educational quality for all of them. And because of the way the maximum number of hours covered by the government or the ministry is set, we have managed, in cooperation with an expert psychological counseling, to get teaching assistants. So we now have teaching assistants. I also always am on the lookout for volunteers who could support a preschool teacher. And thanks to the maximum number of hours covered by the ministry, I was able to afford this type of support for different types of children. And let me emphasize that not just teachers are important at a preschool. All the non-teaching workers at a preschool are extremely important. At a preschool, the work description of any head teacher at a preschool is the same work description as with any other manager. So she needs to manage the system, govern. And if she can get an assistant who will help with documentation, then it helps her tremendously. She could also get assistance for the individual children who need help, be they extremely talented children or disadvantaged children. We now also have more children with allergies, with different health needs. So the cook, the preschool cook, and the whole canteen staff are also extremely important. I need to talk to them about how to modify the menu. Yeah, when I mentioned the wide cooperation of different experts, now I think we see it beautifully in practice. We're almost out of time. A short reaction on, again, the maximum number of hours of teaching covered by the ministry. It will be positive. My commentary will be positive. So introducing this limit, we knew there was a lot of concern about changing the system from the people in the field, so head teachers. In May 2018, the government approved a regulation on this limit of the number of hours covered by the government, but then we moved the whole system of financing by a year to show on specific data from schools how it could work, to have a model. And the then deputy, Ms. Matušková, created this model on what it will do with the system. And then we went around the regions and we explained it, how things will happen. And then nothing negative followed, because we communicated it very well. And I think it's a good pattern of how things could be done in the educational system. And for those of you who haven't read the study yet by PAC Research, please do so. The data show very well what works. Cooperation works of the organizing bodies, of the head teachers, teachers, and everybody else in the town who knows what their child needs. So thank you, Jiří Kulhánek, Přemysl Janeček, Robert Plaga, Erika Zelenková, and Jan Zeman. Thank you all. Thank you also to the audience for their question. I know we haven't had time to go through all of them. Now, let's take a 20-minute break. We will meet back here at 3:20. At 3:20, we'll speak about digitalization.
Krásné odpoledne na Aspen Annual
Good afternoon at the Aspen Annual Conference 2023. We're going to talk about digitalization. The topic is how to support small businesses. Small and micro businesses have an important share in the European economy. In the Czech Republic, is 1/3 of the GDP that the small businesses generate. But these companies have often difficulty to monitor the new trends and implement them. It's not only digitalization, it's also green transition or globalization trends. When we look at digitalization, here the European Commission sets quite ambitious objectives. By 2030, 80% of the total population needs to have at least the basic digital literacy. So what is the role played by the small and micro businesses, and how important it is for them to embrace digitalization? The topic will be opened by the Vice President of the European Commission. Let me welcome Věra Jourová, and she will also participate in the panel. But now she's going to talk about the plans of the European Commission in terms of small and micro businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, it's real confidence that I am in charge of this portfolio called Europe Ready for the Digital Era. And the key part of this portfolio is the digitalization of small European businesses. Aspen Institute and Global Arena Research Institute will inform you about the results of the study conducted in the Czech Republic. And now I would like to present the larger European context. I would like to explain what the EU is doing and what it wants to do to help and support small businesses and how to support digitalization of these companies. I want to explain what we do to help them innovate and digitalize, which is a very important key to success in today's very interconnected world. In September of this year, you might have noticed that the European Commission adopted a package of measures to help small and medium-sized companies. It includes a couple of initiatives dealing with simplification of administration to give priority to the needs of small companies, such as providing longer transitory periods for small businesses in the future legislation of the EU. It also includes a tool against late payment so that small businesses do not get into problems with cash flow and payment difficulties, and many other measures. We want to make an inventory first of the European legislation where we overburden the small businesses when we want them to send too many reports, collect too much data for us, and so on. So we have the instruction of the President of the European Commission to carry out such an inventory of our portfolios and to highlight the things that are not necessary. The Commission also appointed a person in charge of the small and medium-sized companies. The person will provide advisory on small and medium-sized companies, and at the same time, it will be an ambassador for the small and medium-sized businesses in the European Commission. He or she will be subordinated directly to the President of the Commission. I'm very happy that there will be someone who will monitor the impacts, carry out the impact assessments and assess new legislation to make sure that there are sentences in new legislation saying that this measure will have very little impact on small businesses, because the addition of 100 small impacts is one giant impact that is not good for our economy and our company. So this person will make sure that we always know whenever there is a new requirement coming that we have to assess from the point of view of small and medium-sized companies, whether it's necessary or not. Then financing. There should be more money available for small and medium-sized companies, amounting to approximately 200 billion euros. This is a cumulative figure coming from several fund sources, from different financing sources. What is important for competitiveness, resilience, and capacity to innovate is digitalization, and it is particularly important for SMEs, and that is why I am happy to be here. The anchor of this panel said already that we have an ambitious political program, Digital Decade by 2030. It is a strategic vision of Europe for digital transformation, focusing on citizens and also ideally on digitally sovereign Europe in an open and interconnected world. It includes specific objectives. After the first year, when we summarized the speed of digitization, we came to the conclusion that the objective is difficult to achieve. We have to work harder. And when I say we, it doesn't mean necessarily the Commission only. It is mainly a challenge for the member states. The member states have to be able to use the money from the recovery fund, for instance. Concerning the objectives for digitalization, our objective is that at least 75% of businesses by 2030 use clouds, artificial intelligence, or big volume data. The 80% you mentioned concerns citizens, individuals. So we want to have 80% of citizens in the EU who have the basic digital literacy and can use monitors to deal with all the procedures. I always ask, and what shall we do about the remaining 20%? Because I am the defender of those who cannot catch with the evolving world of technologies. So I always want to make sure that access to public services must not be limited only through computers. It must be accessible also those who do not have computers, and we have to make sure of it. We also adopted the first report on progress concerning this strategy and the objectives. The report says that the Czech Republic doesn't use the digital potential sufficiently. It does not contribute to the objectives of the digital decade, and it does not comply with the objectives of the digitalization of companies. And this is what I want to talk about now. The Czech Republic updated its digital strategy to make it compliant with the political agenda of the digital agenda, and it wants to focus on advanced digital competence. The Czechs are more and more digitally qualified, and public online services are more and more accessible. It is an interesting point, and it's rather a specificity in the Czech Republic. When I was in charge of consumer policy, the Czech Republic was always highlighted as the country where people really wanted to use online shopping compared to other member states. So online shopping probably taught people to use the digital systems, and that is why the citizens in the Czech Republic want to have e-government online systems in the public administration. So here we see the disproportion between the interest of the Czechs to use these services and the capacity of the state to offer these services. So there is a discrepancy here and an enormous potential. But I want to be positive. I would prefer to talk about it as a potential rather than a discrepancy or deficit. The businesses are faced with a lack of experts in IT, do not use all the advantages offered by digitalization. I'm still quoting the report on the Czech Republic. These benefits are quite clear, from using tools for big volume data or the use of AI, automatization of processes, acceptance or strategic decision-making, and better communication through social networks. It is also one of my mantras when I always say, if you complain about social networks, then probably you should use them better. You always have to see the positive and the negative side of the problem. And I am saying that as someone who is in favor and always has been in favor of strict regulation of social networks. In 2022, the share of SMEs amounted to 68% in terms of digital intensification, which is 1% less than the average in the EU. And in 22, less than 1/4 of SMEs were involved with e-shops and online trade. Digital competence is important for the digital transformation of businesses, but it is lacking at all levels, from the basic levels to the expert levels. In 22, in the area of IT, only 4.5% were employed in the IT industry, and the representation of women is very low in the industry. The Czech Republic should focus on facilitating the access to advanced technologies. It should reinforce its programs and also motivate through education and training and awareness raising the access to digitalization and IT. If you use the recovery fund, we talk about the recovery plan or resilience plan. We call it in Czech, but it is a recovery fund. So the Czech Republic wants to use the recovery fund and invest 575 million euros into the digitalization of companies, especially in the centers of digital innovation that will help the SMEs to digitalize. And I would like to mention that this is money that should be drawn before the end of 2026. A big challenge to use all this money in the correct way. And it means not only the effort on the side of the government, but also the companies should be helpful. And now, the Czech Republic. What is the objective of the Czech Republic concerning the fund? An educational platform for SMEs to support digitalization, to educate companies in the questions of risk and opportunities presented by digitalization, or Digital Europe, 7.5 billion euros to introduce digital technologies and skills, and also cooperation between European centers for digital innovations. While the recovery fund is Czech level, the Digital Europe is money that is distributed directly from Brussels for big projects with an international overlap. And from this program, we want to finance the unique contact points for digitalization. This is a network that is already in place. It will include approximately 230 centers throughout Europe, of which some will be in the Czech Republic. I think 6 such centers should be established in the Czech Republic. I would also like to mention the network, Enterprise Europe network, important for the SMEs and international cooperation and digitalization of the SMEs. It is a network composed of more than 450 members in more than 400 countries, cooperates with the Center for Digital Innovations. And let me also highlight here that for the centers to be really efficient, there must be people who will provide qualified information rather than useless advice. I apologize for being so frank. I just want this initiative to be successful. But I do not want to underestimate anybody. Digitalization of businesses is a major challenge. Who will not digitalize will have problems with competitiveness. So it is important to support, to help. And this network, these centers, if there are qualified people, then the centers can really be helpful. We live in a competitive online world, and in the EU, we want to preserve the fair competition and equal conditions for SMEs compared to the big actors. And this is the Digital Market Act. It is a breakthrough regulation that wants to deal with the inequality at the digital markets that is related to the dominant position of big platforms such as Google, Amazon, Meta, or Microsoft. We assess this as a possible violation of fair competition at the digital markets. You know that we are very careful and prudent whenever we intervene as regulators on the markets, but here the intervention was necessary. I should also mention that I have so many interesting points here. I've seen the number of pages. Should I keep it for the panel? We would like to discuss it definitely. Okay, so I'll skip it. Look, such beautiful promises. So I'll let you go to an elegant conclusion, and then I'll invite you for the panel. Thank you very much for your attention. That was the Vice President of the European Commission. She's leaving the stage, but just for a while, because we also have a specific study for this conference. It's Aspen Institute CE and Global Arena Research Institute study under Strive Czechia program. It is MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth and Česká republika cooperation. And the main findings will be summarized by Michal Kořaň, the founder of Global Arena Research Institute.
Cílem studie je identifikovat stav a podmínky pro digitalizaci mikro a malých podniků v České republice a vyvodit konkrétní praktická doporučení. Význam malých podniků pro budoucnost české společnosti je zcela zásadní. Poskytují práci polovině zaměstnankyň a zaměstnanců, zajišťují významnou část společenské obslužnosti a služeb, zejména v regionech a menších obcích, a významně se podílejí také na klíčových segmentech české ekonomiky, kdy generují více než třetinu českého HDP. Naše analýza poukazuje na to, že mikro a malé podniky jsou daleko více zranitelné a méně připravené na digitalizaci v porovnání s většími firmami. To má přímé důsledky pro jejich budoucí konkurenceschopnost a dokonce i udržitelnost. V základních funkcích využívání digitálních služeb nejsou zásadní rozdíly ve velikosti firem a Česká republika se řadí mezi země nad průměrem EU. Rozdíly ale panují při pokročilejších funkcích, jako například online sledování stavu objednávky, kdy pouze 13% firem do 50 zaměstnanců podobné funkce využívá. Ve většině dalších indikátorů české mikro a malé podniky navíc zaostávají za průměrem EU, což bude do budoucna snižovat jejich vyhlídky na úrovni evropské a globální ekonomiky. Mezi kritické překážky pro přechod k digitalizaci patří nedostatek motivace, finančních zdrojů, informací, kvalifikované pracovní síly, ale také regulatorní a byrokratické prostředí. Výrazné rozdíly panují z hlediska jednotlivých regionů, věku, vzdělání a bohužel také z hlediska genderu.
Malé české firmy jsou dneska hodně pod tlakem vysokých nákladů a digitalizace je pro ně jedna z těch nejsmysluplnějších cest, jak si osekat náklady, zjednodušit si život, ale zároveň často naráží na to, že si úplně neumí poradit s tím, co vlastně ta digitalizace znamená. Říkají nám velmi často: státe, rozvaž nám ruce. Možná ale daleko větší očekávání mají malé české firmy od lidí na krajské, na místní úrovni, protože věřím, lidem na obci, lidem na kraji věří daleko víc než možná v Praze na ministerstvech a čekají nějaké doporučení. Často vidíme, že lidi se bojí těch nákladů a možná i vzdělávají svých zaměstnanců a když ten strach překonají, tak pak ví, že to dává obrovský smysl.
Digitalizace je pro malé a střední podniky velkou výzvou. Zhruba třetina z nich má už hotový svůj plán digitální transformace, ale také třetina z nich už se setkala s kybernetickým útokem. Faktem je, že malé firmy nemají mnoho zdrojů na digitalizaci a proto hledají vně své firmy i odbornou pomoc, co se týká odborníků na kybernetickou bezpečnost, na digitalizaci, ale bohužel těch je na trhu velmi málo a tyto odborníky odsály velké společnosti.
Globally, micro and small businesses contribute to 40% of the employment worldwide. They are critical to our economies, they are critical to our growth and economic resilience, especially women. A lot of data shows that they are the ones that improve financial resilience for the household and for the economy. In the Czech Republic and in other higher income countries, we have a lot more access to different types of technologies that they can leverage, but they still face a myriad of barriers. They still have gaps in knowledge, in skills, and being able to productively use these technologies to be able to create efficiencies in their business. So I think that there are 4 different things that we should focus on. Number 1 is increased access to digital financial services. Number 2, I think access to e-commerce and more markets is really critical. As a micro business, what I care about is more sales and more customers, and that's what e-commerce does for me. Number 3 is more skills building. And number 4, For women micro-businesses especially, we find that peer networks, mentoring, and digital coaches are really, really important. Ultimately, without fully investing in the digitalization of micro and small businesses in the Czech Republic, we will never fully unleash the potential of the economy.
Pravdou je, že existují podpůrné programy a projekty poskytované neziskovou, korporátní či státní sférou. Informace o nich se však často nedaří k malým podnikům dostat a mnoho firm si navíc neuvědomuje, jak může využívání digitálních technologií ovlivnit jejich další vývoj. Úspěšná digitalizace mikro a malých podniků bezprostředně souvisí se změnami ve vzdělávání, v přechodu státní správy na digitální technologie a v rozvoji infrastruktury. V celostátním měřítku jde o zdlouhavou transformaci. Rychlejší realizace změn potřebných k rozvoji mikro a malých podniků lze dosáhnout pomocí projektů na úrovni lokálních municipalit a díky sdílení příkladů dobré praxe.
Bez investice do digitalizace
Without investing in the digitalization of small and micro companies, we will never be able to use their full potential. How to motivate, how to support them? A question for Jan Přížďala, councillor from the Vysočina region in charge of education, sports and IT. Pavla Franke, founder and CEO of Hakon and the Woman of 2022. And she is also the lady who got the award as the best family business by the Association of Businesses of the Czech Republic. Let me welcome again Věra Jourová, Vice President of the European Commission, Tania Lemoigne, Managing Director of Google for Central and Eastern Europe, and Tomáš Prouza, the President of the Union of Trade and Tourism and Vice President of the Czech Chamber of Commerce. I'll start with a gentleman first, unusually. Tomáš Prouza. It was in the video, it was mentioned by the Vice President. Small and micro companies are very important. Do we understand it? Do we realize how important they are for the economy? And what do we do to help them? Who is us? What does it mean? Do we understand? Who is the we? Whoever sets the conditions. I think that the two of us, the people present here, understand it. Now I'm turning to the audience. How many people from public administration are present here? One courageous, two courageous persons. Here it's get a bit complicated. It depends where you work. But if we really understood the importance, then there would be much simpler regulation. We would probably understand that if we have money that we can use, such as the National Recovery Plan mentioned by Věra Jourová, much more money is allocated to the deficits in the budget rather than to the support of SMEs. So we start understanding it slowly, but it's very complicated because the small and medium-sized companies have too much work. They do not have time to make sure that they are visible. Pavla is a great example. She had a great idea, she implements the idea, and she still has time to go and present her company. So what we need more people like Pavla who are visible, who explain what it means. Because the big players have time, have money, have employees. The small ones do not have all that. It's important to focus on the MSCs. How do they see digitalization? Maybe a question for Tania Lemoigne. Good afternoon to you. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy that the topic of this panel are the MSEs, because they are the heroes, not only of Czech economy, there are the representatives of or the symbols of culture, of employment in our regions. We all know Baťa. These are names that we are proud of. We know Petrov pianos, but the current generation goes to Rohlík or to Slevomat to make their purchases, or they go to Kivy to buy tickets. So there are new brands that are popping up. There are created in this very challenging times, and these brands also contact or also work for the clients outside of the Czech Republic. And I think that when we talk about small and medium-sized companies, I think that the small size can also be a competitive advantage because transformation is a very complex and long process. The big actors usually react more slowly. It's more difficult for them than for the small companies, but there are some buts, and one but is artificial intelligence. It has been mentioned here already. And for us, it is crucial, I mean, for the Czech Republic as such, not only for the small and medium-sized companies, to get on this trend, to embrace this trend. The e-commerce company, for instance, I do hope that Google contributed to the growth of these companies. We have more than 40,000 such companies in the Czech Republic. They have been using AI for 6 or 7 years. If they use the publicity tools of Google, these companies understand very well that they need to go to the global markets. They have to find new clients at foreign markets, and that is why they use the tools offered by Google, and they are very good at it. Czech e-commerce in terms of digitalization and level of preparedness is at the top level, and other sectors also have to join in. So this is artificial intelligence. The second important aspect for the Czech SMEs is the export mindset. Here they see a major change in the last 10 years. There are more and more companies now that from the very first day of their business, they know that they want to be successful not only in the region or in Bohemia or Moravia, which is okay, but they also want to be number one in Europe, like Notino that operates today in 27 European countries. This is fantastic, and their digitalization is crucial for them. How to find clients in Germany, in France, or wherever in the world if you do not use digital tools? This is the basis. And the third point are skills. The educational system cannot catch up with the very fast evolution. We all have to start with ourselves. I have never seen so many trainings on products, technologies, and all the related skills in 18 years of my presence in Google as this year. So it is important for all of us. It is important for the small and medium companies to understand the necessity to get educated, get training. And it starts with the managers. They have to understand what is AI about, what are the key trends, and they have to be the models in this sense. And to conclude, there are specific programs. In 2016, we launched in the Czech Republic and Europe the program called Digital Garage. It means that for 8 years, we have been educating the large public. We have trained 500,000 people. It is a high figure. We are an active market in this sense. But there are many other educational programs. Very often they are for free. All are under this title, Digital Garage, but there are specific programs for exporters, for startups, for women on parent leave, for women in business, and so on. So education is the third very important priority. Thank you.
Thank you. I stopped the Vice President in her interesting speech, and I knew that what she had left in those pages was how the EU sees the role of the small and micro businesses, the smallest ones. So how do they see digitalization? Thank you. What I hear from the representatives of these micro companies, but also bigger companies, everybody says, get rid of the red tape if you want to help us. They told me that at the municipality, at the region, at the ministry, and they say that in the EU, not just in the Czech Republic. The regulation is huge. I often say that we bite the hand that feeds us with all this regulation. We heard that these companies employ 40% of all employees in the country. So let's start cutting down on that regulation. I can do it at the Commission, but there's a lot of purely national regulation. Tomáš can confirm that. And for a huge number of those companies, it is science fiction to use the cloud, to use big data, to use AI. It is what Tanya said. We should help them with information. They don't have to be wonderful IT experts at the end of this process, but they should know where to look when they want help in this area. So, the provision of information first. Second, access to financing. There will be a lot of money made available, and it would be a pity if the money wasn't used. And the third thing are employees, people. There's a huge lack of qualified people everywhere in Europe. Women are needed in the sector. And the last thing that should be said, and I guess it's on to me to say it, I think that we will continue to reduce the differences in legislation between individual member states. Tanya mentioned that companies want to be active multinationally, but the fact that they have to hire 27 different lawyers from 27 member states, that's a huge burden, of course, to be able to tackle all the legal differences between member states. So I suggested that we will unify contractual conditions for online shopping between member states. I think we should continue in this direction. So when we want companies to digitalize, we should also let them spread their wings and fly across national borders. Yes, what I have in my mind is your regular Czech company with 4 employees in the Jizerské mountains, and it wants to expand abroad, and now it has to hire 27 lawyers. But okay, let's start with something easier. What is digitalization for you? Hello, good afternoon to everybody. I wanted to thank you for raising this issue. We small businesses often feel very small, and the fact that I am here in this company feels wonderful. I feel cared for. Thank you. How do we see digitalization as representatives of small businesses? When Aspen asked me to come here speak about the issue of digitalization in this panel, I had to verify whether they maybe had made a mistake. Maybe it was not me whom they wanted to call, because we're a really, really small company. We use the most simple digital tools there are. But while preparing for this discussion, I realized that we use many digital tools. And I realized how useful they are for our company. It simplifies things, makes them faster. Digital marketing makes things more precise, better targeted, and it enables us to make fewer mistakes. So I have been developing this issue at our company, and I hope that it will open more doors for us. I think that the word digitalization may sound scary for some small enterprises. Oh, Jesus, what is digitalization? What should I digitalize? I don't have time for that. I need to look at invoices. I need to update my website. That's my digitalization, and I have to get more customers. That's what these people usually think about. So I think it'd be good if we unpacked this scary term of digitalization and gave it a slightly different name, something more friendly. Then we as small businesses would be more motivated to get into digitalization. Yeah, did you think, like, should I buy a robot or AI, or what should I do? It is a bit scary. The term digitalization is scary. I think it's not scary only for SMEs. It's scary for many entities in government as well. but I'm happy that there are exceptions, such as the Vysočina region. When the government wants to digitalize something, they say, let's try it in Vysočina first. They understand it there. Is that how it works? But I'd like to know, you are a digitally successful region, so how do you work with the small companies in your region? Are you interested in whether they are digitalized? If they need something, why things are not going well, how could they be better? Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation as well. Of course, we care about all our companies, from the micro ones to the biggest employers in the region. We are the only region without an innovation agency in the country. So there are only two ways we can support our companies. First, subsidies. We use subsidy vouchers, where we offer individual companies subsidies for digitalization if they want to digitalize their operations. But the condition is that they have to cooperate with an R&D center. We have only one public school in the region, the Polytechnical University in Jihlava. They do applied research, so the companies have to cooperate with them. Or they can work with they can use the Interreg program from Austria for cross-border cooperation as well. And the second level at which we can support our companies is the personal level. So we try to help with methodological support. We work with the Regional Chamber of Commerce. At this, the cooperation is long-standing, and we try to create common projects that are well-targeted. We, of course, don't want to just spend money because the Chamber of Commerce is there. We actually want to achieve something tangible. So this is key for us. And in the introductory video, one important thing was mentioned: motivation. We cannot convince individual companies to digitalize their processes. They have to have their internal motivation to do it. And this is analogical to what we've seen in education. In 2019, it was approved that the selection procedure for high schools would be fully digital, that the application will be sent fully digitally, but I guess it will happen only next year. COVID helped, quote-unquote, with this, of course, because many companies needed to optimize their production. They needed to look for efficiencies. They realized that there was a staffing crisis, so digitalization was the only way out. Okay, you mentioned motivation. That's an important factor. But as we've said here, digitalization sounds scary very often. So let's look at it from a different point of view. How can new technologies help the smallest companies? What are the tools available to them so that they don't have to worry about unpaid invoices and updating their website? Which tools can they use? And, they need to replace their employees going for parental leave, for example. So which are the tools that could help them worry less about all these things? What do they need to be efficient? Well, I will not give you a list of digital tools, but there are things that are done locally, but other things have to happen at the EU level. That's why I'm happy Vera is here. Ivan Hodac and I remember how long the debate about the unified VAT registration has been going on in Europe. And if Pablo wants to do business in a different country, she has to register as a VAT payer in that other country. Maybe in Germany it would be a bit easier, but if she wanted to export to Scandinavia, will she have the courage to do her VAT registration in Sweden? No. It's too scary. And for many years, we've been talking about the possibility of just registering as a VAT payer in one country and then applying it to all the other member states. It would be lovely if we finally had that. Because for the small business person, this is key. What are the main problems for these people? The tax authority, they don't want to entangle themselves in anything bad with the tax authority. They want to have all their papers in order. They have to know what the national specifications are of what they can and cannot do. This is also a debate that national politicians don't like, but the more EU regulations we have that are directly applicable, the better. The more directives we have, the worse, because directives leave room for interpretation. For me, an EU regulation is best, because I will not make a mistake when implementing it. Now let's go back to the local level. A small business person does not have what? Time. They don't have time. They have 7 operational tasks they have to do right now, and they don't have time to think about the big picture, to think about digitalization, to look for solutions. We've done a survey with MasterCard, commented by Michal Kořán, and the survey said that people know they should digitalize, but they actually don't know what the actual brief is. They don't know how to approach a supplier of a digital solution and tell them what they want, actually. They would appreciate simple case studies that would show them how to do it. For example, the digitalization of warehousing. How do you digitalize a warehouse? Give me 5 steps. So that's why people are worried. That's why they're scared by it. They don't know how to put together a brief. They don't know how to choose the best solution from a supplier, and they don't know how to train their people in operation. What if my accountant, who's been doing invoices manually for years, what if she will not be able to transfer to the digital solution? Will she leave my business? There are all these worries, so it would be good to have case studies and to have some education. I appreciate the Google Digital Garage, but we need to keep showing specific examples of how it can be done. Very often we see SMEs using digital invoicing because they don't have to fill in that same template every time. They can just duplicate it in the digital system. Tanya, a question about the digital garage. You have your own microphone. Well, since you've just given me my microphone, we will be testing this at the Chamber of Commerce. We will try to propose specific templates of possible digital solutions, and I'm curious to see how it will work out. We'll try to go lower, go a level lower. Tanya, can you say which tools will make SMEs work easy? Which ones are the most efficient? I think our thinking is the most efficient tool. That's why I was speaking about the skills. But it is not just about knowledge and skills. It is about understanding these times and what these times mean for our business. It has been said in the previous panels. Speed has a completely different meaning today. And the world around us and change as we know it is not what it used to be. Change will be different in the future. I remember it very well when at Google we started talking about exponential thinking. That was 15 years ago. What does it mean? It means that the very slow linear change that we're used to is speeding up, and that's where AI comes into the picture. So if an SME really has the ambition to be successful in today's competitive era, the way they think is crucial. What does it mean? You're asking me about specific tools. I would split them to tools that simplify the internal functioning of a company, more efficient operations, and then a more efficient way of acquiring customers. And in both areas, in internal operations and in external activities, it's key how we think about it. And there is a new tool every day. And that is why lifelong learning is key. That is why understanding trends, understanding what's happening around us is key. I have to look around and see what will make my business more efficient, more productive. That will be essential. AI is about data. We've all seen how important data is during COVID. And in the future, data will be even more important. What data mean for our business, how to work with them, how to use them, because this is what AI is about. Let me go back to the tools. Tools for efficiency and productivity are certainly very important and will be key for SMEs in the future. The Vice President will want to react, maybe to what Mr. Prouza said as well. I don't remember anymore, sorry. No, he said that he's happy that I'm here. I don't know if that still stands. See, so you can smile and say that you're happy too. This might be slightly theoretical because it's been a long time since I had my own business. I almost went bankrupt. That's why I'm a politician now. Anyway, so maybe I'm not a good example. But I spoke about this with my son, who's the director of a small construction company. And we were thinking about how to make his business more efficient, how to have more time, how to have more information, etc. And we said, okay, let's focus on internal processes, as Tanya said, marketing, more information of all kinds, better communication with authorities, but here authorities have to be helpful as well, of course, using cross-border registries. We're working on that. Today, we already have a common business register, and there will be more, and access to banking services and the ability to use them. Once the company does this, it will be obligated to secure all their digital infrastructure against cyber attacks, and that costs money. That is why it would be great if our subsidy programs had some templates so that the company can just choose from several options and know how much it would cost. This is what the study speaks about in great detail. I'd like to now ask Pavla Franska about her practical experience. You use 3D modeling, you have online marketing experts, you work with the Technical University in Liberec on the development of new products, which is fantastic for a company with 4 people. It is absolutely extraordinary, unique. How did this come around? How did it happen? Yes, this is how people usually react when they hear it. And they appreciated that we, as a private company, collaborate with an educational institution, but it really was an accident, basically. The Technical University of Liberec are our neighbors in the city of Liberec. So when we were thinking about a technical partner for our cross-country and Nordic walking poles, we had one option that didn't work out, and then we called the Technical University of Liberec, where we got to the right person, and we've been working them ever since. The cooperation is fantastic. It's a huge volume of technological know-how that we wouldn't have been able to provide for ourselves, and they have a good name for themselves, so it opens doors for us, also abroad. And subsidies, that's also something that drives us. The Benelux region and its technological vouchers provided us with significant sums of money that helped our company evolve, look for new solutions, and start offering products that we're really proud of.
It is interesting to see that even this support was found by coincidence, which means that information is missing. You have said that you also give the support, but it is conditioned by the cooperation with the academia. Do the company know about it? Well, we try to use different information channels, either our own channels or we cooperate with the actors present in the region, such as Union of Employers, or in our tripartite at the level of the region. We also cooperate with the Chamber of Commerce of the Czech Republic. And we also have what we call the innovation vouchers, which is connected to the regional budget, and the financial means is provided from the regional budget to the companies. And it is exponential. We have more and more examples of good practice. So if you do not have the examples of good practice, it's quite difficult to attract the others to follow. But if you can say these companies introduced this and have higher turnover, higher profit, then people will join. Now we want to use the operational program Jan Amos Komenský. We are the only region in the Czech Republic that doesn't have an innovation center, so we will have to structure the system now. Now the question is how small companies can get information about trainings available, how universities can help. So now the problem goes in the other direction. Very often there are many offers saying, come and we will train you, and how should they find the right information? And what if the companies do not want to digitalize? Tanya, Pavla? Thank you. I would like to highlight the platform that has been mentioned already, that should be the gate for SMEs to the world of digitalization. This platform should offer a summary of different solutions. It should be a navigation gate, and it should also be the tool to convince. For instance, I can watch a video from a similar industry or about a similar small company where they would explain how digitalization helped. There could be online courses for free, e-books, and so on. There can be many things. The ideas can be various, but the platform would be a unifying element so that we do not have Google only, even if the Google courses are great. But the platform should offer the complete offer available in the Czech Republic and should convince me and motivate me that it makes sense, that it brings me some advantage. The platform can also present the opinion of the other companies. Tanya Tomáš wanted to take the floor. Tanya? Very briefly, let me react. If you do not want to digitalize, if you do not feel like doing it, then maybe you don't need it. But those who want and who are confused by the enormous offer, and I understand it completely, I think that the approach should be to test, to pilot, to search for references. The world will not become easier because someone will tell us 1, 2, 3, and that's it. No. We live in the world of great complexity and great speed. So I think it's important to test, to experiment, not only in education or not only in terms of information, but also design of products, innovation. I think that it will be more and more important to test, to try the unknown, analyze the result, and then take a decision. So what I would like to encourage is not to be afraid of experimenting, of searching, of trying to find the solution that is fit for me. I think that the SMEs don't have time always to experiment. A very small remark on my side, reacting to the question, if you do not want to digitalize, then it is a legitimate question, of course. In employment, there is not only the economic aspect, but also the social aspect. In the region of Vysočina, we have 704 municipalities, while the whole population is 500,000. So we are among the smallest regions in terms of population in the Czech Republic, and the structure is very fragmented. And one of the aspects of our SMEs is that they are very often located in very small municipalities. And what we need in small municipalities are both economic results and social peace. We have carried out many surveys, and I can say that there are very, very few companies who do not want, but there are many companies that do not know how. So the concern, the worry, not really fear, but the worry is that the companies are not able to assess the investment. Will it really bring the returns I need? And then the second question is to get the right solution. But anybody who decided to go this way is happy today because companies say, yes, it saves time, it saves money, we are more efficient. One of the biggest problems of companies is the lack of client database. My plumber, for instance, says to me, today I have a database where I have the names, I know what I did for whom and how much money I asked for it. So now I'm much richer because I remember a year ago, I asked for 3,000 crowns, and today, 1 year later, I can ask for 4,000. So I can do the comparison. He has a very simple client database, and he's very proud of it, and it makes his job more efficient. But somebody had to tell him, do it because it will be worth it. And who will be the one who will say, do it? I know that the European funds motivate, provide money, but if you read the study, you would see that the study mentions that there are criteria for the subsidies that are set in an incorrect way. For instance, the number of new jobs created. This is nonsense, or also turnover rather than profit. We want more efficiency, and I'm not even talking about the minimum levels that do not make any sense for the SMEs. Who sets these criteria, and who can change it? The manager of the subsidy can change it, but it's not the EU. We're talking about money that is distributed by the state. So who can change it? Maybe a person here in the Czech Republic somewhere. But it's not only about the wrong criteria. I think that we are still bogged in requirements such as timesheets and reports and unit prices and so on and so on. It's very confusing. I think that the Association of SMEs, whenever we launch a program with wrongly defined criteria, it's not even in the interest of the person who provides the money. It's in the interest of no one to have wrong criteria. So if we have such a case, the association or anybody else should shout and say, well, look, this goes against the purpose of the subsidy, change it. Two remarks. Those who do not want to innovate. I remember an interview with a gentleman in Vysočina, in the Vysočina region. I am also from the region. When we introduced the first program in 2001, networking communities. And the gentleman was a small business person in transport industry, and I asked, are you going to digitalize? And he said, well, lady, leave me alone. And this is also a frequent answer. They do not have time, they do not have money, and they do not want to change anything. So the person who will guide and help these person will have a difficult job sometimes. And Noah Harari says that innovations basically do not make humanity happier. But this is very pessimistic. I hope we will have a more optimistic conclusion. I think that Tomáš wants to react to your call for associations to shout, to draw attention to errors and mistakes. 2 points. First, the support should be as simple as possible. Innovation vouchers, a very simple, understandable initiative. You have an idea, we will help you. No complicated implementation, no civil servant to check for mistakes. Very simple. Innovation vouchers. In the education, we still have the Šablony program. It was also something very simple. Some principals didn't want to introduce it because it was too simple. And one more thing, when we have simple programs, it's more difficult to steal money, to misuse money. And second point, the state can also help by I want to say that if you communicate digitally with the state, then you get a bonus or an advantage from the state. So whenever I interact digitally with the state, I should get an advantage. And we've been making progress in many areas. Aspen has been dealing with the topic of the quality of governance for many years, so we are progressing. We do digitalization. When we have new legislation, we always have an impact assessment that should also include the impact on SMEs, and usually the answer is no major impact on SMEs. It's not true, obviously, but we can shout, but that's the only thing we can do, basically, because the government will simply neglect it, and the reports are read by very few people, and civil servants may be happy because they have fulfilled their duty, but the reality is different. Tatiana? On a more positive note on innovations and SMEs, about 10, 15 years ago, when we talked about private businesses at universities, it had a little bit of negative connotation because of the 90s. Now it changed. We are very happy with the young students. Whenever you ask, do you want to have your own business, there is half of the room that will raise their hands. And it's very motivating because SMEs are the engine of the economy. And I think that it is great that we talk about it more, that the state devotes more attention to the SMEs, that we talk not only about Škoda or Třinecké železárny, because these small companies inspire the young students who can then go and be as successful as Baťa, for instance. One more remark on the talent. We are a small economy with an enormous potential, export-orientated. We must not waste talents, but we do. According to a recent survey, a small project called Mandu, when we look at the mothers on parental leave, only 2% of them are employed part-time, while 46% of them say that they would like to work part-time, but they are not offered such an option. And we live in challenging times, economically speaking, as well. We are a small country, and we have very highly educated and qualified women here who are on parental leave, and we do not use this enormous potential. They are very often qualified, inspiring, motivated, and we leave them behind. We marginalize them. We should create more space for people like this, we should offer more flexibility, and it will definitely be good for everyone in this country. So it's about motivation, the helping hand, and the space that we can offer. I would like to thank you. I want to thank Věra Jourová, Tatiana Lemoigne, Pavla Franské, Jan Přížďala, Tomáš Prouza. Thank you very much for your question. Now we can leave the stage and we will have the finale.
Aspen Annual Conference 2023.
Aspen Annual Conference 2023 is almost over, but before we get to the final recommendations, let me make a summary of all the things we have heard today. At the very beginning, we talked about the values in today's challenging times and the role of leaders. That was the speech by President Petr Pavel. Professor Halik said that truth cannot be owned, which doesn't mean that we should abandon the idea of searching for truth, because we always have to find larger context and expand our horizons. Professor Ash said that the freedom of speech makes it possible for us to say the truth, but it doesn't guarantee the truth. Then the values in the digital era, it was very interesting discussion, and it brought us to the topics that are associated with it, but that are much more practical. And the summary of the topics we discussed today and also the specific recommendations will be presented by Pavel Řehák, President of Aspen Institute CE, and Milan Važina, Executive Director of Aspen Institute CE. So the floor is yours, gentlemen.
Good afternoon to you all. Thank you for having stayed here for the entire day. Michala said we should issue recommendations. There could be a number of them, and some of them are already in the studies. But what I appreciated is that we heard different points of view on how to deal with those recommendations. Today, we've gone through the studies. We've had a discussion about values and opinions in these difficult times at the beginning of the conference. So the fact itself that the discussion happened is good. It's good that even controversial topics were talked about. So let's now start implementing some of the changes. Let's put them into practice, because if we don't do what we said we would do, it's not going to help anything. Well, what I liked was that the morning was pleasantly philosophical. It was nice to see, what the important values are in these times. It was a pleasant anchoring in our values, and then we moved to the individual areas and their key priorities. If you go through the studies that we published, there are specific recommendations that we should focus on, be it a transformation of our economy, be it education, be it digitalization, not just of SMEs. I think it doesn't make sense to summarize all the recommendations that have been made, but I'd like to pinpoint two things that caught my eye while listening to the conference. We should take a few more steps towards pragmatism, towards implementing things in practice, Last year, we started speaking about these priority topics, about security, about the transformation of the economy, and about education. Those are priority topics of the Aspen Institute. They have been for a long time. And we set out the basic directions in which we wanted to go, and this year we really have progressed in those directions. We saw that some things have already been delivered. Some things have already been achieved. But of course, new challenges arise, new steps arise that we should take. I am extremely inspired by the variety of people that I've met here, because we have people from the government, from business, from NGOs. They all came. So once we take concrete steps forward, it will help the country evolve. And next year, we will no longer be speaking about the fact that we're limping behind European leaders. We will finally be catching up to them. And at least in the selected areas, we will be slowly moving to the position of leaders, shaping European and global agenda, be it in the economy or education or in other sectors. So I'd like to thank everybody who participated in drafting the studies. Thank you to everybody in our panels. And thank you to everybody who will now go and implement these things in practice, because if they were to be left on the stage, we have taken the first step, all right, but that is not sufficient, of course. So let's do what we say we will do. Let's walk the talk, and let's work on it at work, in our businesses, at schools, etc. I know it sometimes may be boring everyday work, but it's necessary, and the Aspen Institute will do everything in its power to support you on your journey. And I trust that the representatives of government, business, NGOs, and other sectors will work together to help the Czech Republic and Central Europe develop further. Thank you, Pavel. I learned one more important thing today. In all those discussions, we had the issue of facing the reality hovering above our panelists. So we need to look at concrete steps that we can take right now, be it defending our values, be it the green transition, because we will be continuing with our study. I'd like to thank BCG for this cooperation, because these steps are being discussed with the government as well. But there are also steps regarding the digitalization of SMEs. There is a lot of potential in the regions, not just in the Vysočina region, which we had in the panel, but other regions too. Let's use the potential of the Czech Republic to further evolve as a country. So on behalf of Aspen Institute, thank you for having come. We will continue with our work, studies, facts, experts, and then a wide discussion from various actors in society, because we want to make good decisions and move ahead. Thank you, and thank you for having come. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day. And one last thing. I would like to thank those without whom this conference couldn't have happened, not just the authors of the studies and our partners, our supporters and experts, but everybody who participated in the panels. Thank you to all the participants. And thank you to everybody who provided technical support at this conference. I'd like to also thank Pavla Los's team at Aspen. Her team only has 8 people. That's not many, so thank you very much. Thank you very much. And if I could have Michala Hergetová again join me on stage, because she handled her role beautifully, like every year. She was our host throughout the day. So thank you very much, Michala. It was thanks to you that the discussions were dignified and that we can draft our recommendations for the future. I thank you. It's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to all of you. Thank you for supporting the Aspen Institute.